Welcome, everybody, at this Rozet auditorium. What an amazing place to see all your faces physically present. Welcome. It's an honor to be here. Welcome also, dear people on the internet. Hi, Mom. I know you're watching. People from the future who will watch this live stream in hundreds of years from now, archaeologists who will dig up this live stream and wonder what were these people doing all together in a room with all these funny objects behind them. Nice that you're watching. It's amazing to have you here. My name is Hendrik-Jan Grievink. I'm a tutor at graphic design Arnhem, part of ArtEZ, University for the Arts. I'm also a designer myself, researcher at Next Nature. And today I'm going to be your moderator, which means that I'm going to be a little bit of talking in the start of this day, but I hope to be able to listen to all the wonderful guests that we have today. I'm really looking forward to that. I also feel that I want to have this conversation with you about tools. I mean, tools is a very fundamental aspect of who we are as humans, right? I'm holding a tool right now. I'm holding this clicker. I'm watching at the screen. We're connected through the internet, and in some ways that also connects me to thousands of years of human history of tool making. I mean, we're not the only animal that makes tools. There's other animals that make tools, but humans make tools in very complex ways and in ways that have massive impact on their social environment, but also on the planet. So tools, or technology in the larger sense if you want, has this potential to create, to make our lives better, to extend our human faculties. Tools also have the potential to destruct, this destructive aspect. Maybe we'll touch upon that later today. But since we're all here with creative, I think today the focus is on creative tools. And I think when you, as a designer or an artist, use a tool or make a tool yourself, you're already kind of aligning yourself with that creative force in the universe. And I think you're already not on the part of destruction, you're in the part of creation. So let's celebrate that today. Let's have conversations with each other on the tools that we use. It's an honor for me to introduce you to another tool that we also created with a few people that are here in the room. I'm looking at you, Amir, and Janine, you're also there. We organized this symposium, to have this conversation, to invite people, but also to present a new platform. The platform is called The Tools We Use. It's going to be a platform where people will share, or creatives will share, the tools that they use in creative ways. And it's a great honor to launch it here today. It's a soft launch, but here we go. We created this beautiful app, or Amir created that, and Janine designed it together with some other people. And I'm going to walk you a little bit through it, but keep it short. When you open this app, you'll see this colorful tag cloud that you can play around. It looks a little bit like a chewing ball machine. But you'll see that there are tags. So there are tags that refer to certain tools or concepts or activities. And when you click on those tags, you see movies created by your peers, in which they explain how they use tools in their creative practices. They share their favorite tools. They share how they use those tools in creative ways or in ways that they're not intended maybe to be used. But they'll also share how those tools have shaped their practice and ultimately themselves. Because I think that's what we're interested in, this transformative aspect of technology and tools. So not just something that you can make something with, but the agency that it has in our lives. So I hope to learn more about this the rest of the day. There's also going to be playlists that are thematically organized, for instance, like do-it-yourself hacking tools. So you find curated lists of movie clips that are like related. I want to show you one of those clips, and it's created by one of us. Caspar, are you in the room? He's not with us. Well, those fourth-year graduation candidates, they're too busy. But I want to share a short clip.
So, favorite tool as of late and during my school days has been, also as a kid, I could imagine, but stencils in itself. Especially handmade stencils. So, this is a stencil that I made during this project I'm working on now, and I've made more stencils like this. It's like you can make a tool set for yourself that can help you create more stuff more easily. And it's also very unexpected results. So these are all elements I took from a piece of furniture. And before this, I made a stencil that was purely based on an architectural building. So I think. So you can see I can deliver some very interesting results. And it just allows for different forms of creation.
Yeah, so we asked Caspar, apart from presenting his tool, also to tell a little bit about how this tool has shaped his practice. So let's see what he has to say.
This has transformed me as a designer. You start to notice, like in anything like mundane, like this pen, for example, that it has separate elements to it, and you can take these elements and create something entirely else. And I take that also to client work. So when I get a project, I will try to decipher what, like, the text they send me or the content they send me, and see what elements I can take from that. And maybe with those elements then create a new story that is being told to what they originally meant. And I feel like this can further enhance the process of creating and what part as the graphic designer you hold in the project. Of course, you can just simply give shape to the meaning, but like build upon the shape, the meaning itself, it's very interesting to me. And I feel like this is this is my personal project, so it's just me building upon myself. It could also have been applied to a piece of writing or a video or something else. So yeah, I feel like the stencil to me is like the tool-making tool to make more tools.
Yo, Caspar, thank you so much. So this is just the beginning. It is one of the early test videos that we shot past summer, but we're hoping to build a huge catalog of similar movies that are not tutorial videos, like how to do something in InDesign, but more how can you hack InDesign, or how can you create something unique for yourself, and what does that do for your creative practice. So yeah, I'm very excited to share this today with you. It feels like an important moment for the department. It's also not only for our department, but we're going to spread this out, well, all over ArtEZ, but then also beyond the walls of ArtEZ. And we need you to help with that. We need a first start, to come up with these movies. Of course, I should mention some names. I would almost forget it. I mentioned a few already. My name is on the list, but you can ignore that. Maaike, who you just said did some advice on the project. Janine did the design. Amir Hui and Hania Dat developed the website. Esme Dros has came up with the video concept, and Marit Veneman did some production on the back end. Maybe we can clap for them. Yeah. It was a pleasure. It was a real pleasure working with them. It's not finished yet because now we're only launching this. But as I said, we need you to activate this. So we're also going to use this project month as an opportunity to start creating some content for this video. So I think the challenge is to you that, well, we invite you to submit your video and to make the tools that you use also part of the tools we use. So, having said that, I think it's a good moment to switch to where we're all coming for today, which is the program. And it's a great honor to announce the first speaker of today. I've been following his work for quite some years already. He researches the social and physical and psychological impact of technology on our world. He has created a bread toaster, an electrical bread toaster from scratch. He has turned himself into a goat. He does fascinating stuff, and I think he's going to talk today a little bit about the harmless car. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm round of applause for Mr. Thomas Thwaites?
Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Thanks, Hendrik. Yes. Hi. Very pleased to be here. Yesterday, I was doing a workshop down at ArtEZ about the tools we use, and the kind of approach we took in the workshop was tools as a kind of way of extending like your power and influence, because I've kind of become quite interested in power as I kind of have been realizing that I just don't have enough of it, perhaps. We'll get to that. I'm sort of currently doing a project about a harmless car, but to give you a bit of background, I kind of started out doing sort of speculative design and kind of projects a bit like this, where I was interested in the future of crime. I was asked to do something about the future of crime, and so I was kind of speculating about bioterrorism and biocrime, and came up with this idea that the police would use bees to kind of monitor the genetics of plants. There's that sound again. Monitor the genetics of plants in the local area, and also projects about a kind of speculative service which, doesn't just, kind of influence you under the, your kind of subconscious, but kind of influences you while with you kind of knowing it. So it basically tells you what to do. Wouldn't it be nice if if a kind of service would just tell you what to do with your life? That would be great. And I do kind of more kind of straightforward work. So I made a kind of film for the Design Museum in London about sustainability and design, and made kind of these 9 short episodes of various kind of perspectives on sustainability and design. On the left, we have the former chief sustainability officer of IKEA talking about how it's all going to be okay. On the right, we have a neo-peasant who talking about how we're doomed and we're destined for a collapse and so on. And more recently, I collaborated with Imperial College and the kind of biological form and function lab to try and provide like a heart-lung machine for trees. So the idea being you could sever a branch from a tree and then take over its kind of xylem and phloem circulation, and the ultimate goal being to just kind of grow avocados in shipping containers without the kind of bother of all the roots and so on. So yes, a kind of a mixed bag of work, but the kind of maybe sort of the work that I find most satisfying is work that has a kind of a strong story to it, and it's this kind of process I have, which basically is follows this kind of classic narrative arc where we have a character, that's me, and a goal, and then there's lots of struggles, and then at the end you kind of try and work out what it was all about. And I've kind of employed this kind of process in a kind of few projects. So I once, quite a long time ago, decided that I wanted to make an electric toaster from scratch. So I decided I wanted to make like one thing in my life entirely myself, starting from the kind of rocks and mud. And I decided that thing would be a toaster. And, you know, turns out toasters are fairly complex. And then began this kind of 9 months of struggle, going down mines to kind of collect raw materials, and then trying to like extract the metal from the ore, and all of that kind of stuff. And then 9 months of struggle later, this is what I kind of managed to create. And, you know, then for the kind of, you know, wonderful price of, you know, £1,187. And so there's this kind of, you know, classic narrative arc there, but really what I was trying to kind of investigate was like, how does this world exist, and how can we have these kind of comfortable lives, and, you know, are we paying the true cost of the items that we kind of depend on? And it's, you know, an impossible question. Turns out making a toaster from scratch is also impossible, I would say, especially if you want it to have a plastic case. And so this kind of work became a book, you know, also in English, and, you know, did lots of talks about it and so on. And yes, and then did some other work, and then sort of, you know, a few years later, I'm sort of reached a period of my life where suddenly things aren't going so well anymore. You know, I'm sort of worried about money. I'm also worried about like the future and kind of climate change, and, you know, I'm worried about basically everything, and I have an argument with my girlfriend, and it's all going wrong, and I'm happen to be looking after my niece's dog called Noggin, and I'm kind of sitting there having a coffee with Noggin, and everything's a bit crap, and it's like, oh, fucking hell. And I just look at Noggin, and I think, actually, Noggin, you're so lucky. You don't have to deal with any of this crap, you know, you're just there kind of enjoying the world, you know, not kind of regretting what you did, not sort of worried about the future. You know, wouldn't it be nice to just kind of be you? How relaxing just to be you. And, you know, obviously I'm not the first person to kind of have this thought. You can, you know, John Stuart Mill, in his utilitarian philosophy, was kind of trying to justify it, and, you know, kind of asserted that, you know, it's always better to kind of know things, it's always better to kind of face up to reality and so on, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, Noggin has a very nice life. Obviously, he gets upset, but he doesn't, you know, have this kind of, you know, he's either, he engages with the world, he's, you know, very present in his environment. And I started thinking, you know, wouldn't it be nice to just kind of escape and just to kind of gallop away and just sort of take a holiday from all of this? And this became a bit of a dream. And, you know, as I mentioned, I didn't have much else going on in my life at the time in terms of work, so I kind of wrote this funding application to a kind of charity called the Wellcome Trust. And to my amazement, they gave me some money to become an elephant. And I'd said, you know, I hadn't really given it much thought. I just said, you know, wouldn't it be lovely to become an elephant, blah, blah, blah. And then they gave me this money, and I did a bit more research, and I quickly realized that actually becoming an elephant to kind of escape existential angst and so on was not actually that clever, because elephants are one of the only other species that seem to have some kind of idea of their own mortality. And, you know, they sort of seem to mourn the deaths of one of their kind of family members, and they live in these very complex social units, these complex families, and kind of complex families was exactly the kind of thing I was trying to escape from. So I went to the pub and kind of was moaning to a friend like, oh, I've got all this money to become an elephant and I don't want to be an elephant anymore. What do I do? And she made the excellent suggestion that I should go and visit an expert in human-animal transformation. So she put me in touch with a friend of hers who's a shaman who lives in Copenhagen. So I went to visit this lady. Hi. Hello, Annette. Hello.
Good timing.
Hi, thank you. Wow, it's an amazing little community sort of houses and so on.
I've been doing garden work here.
Okay. Is it okay if I film, Annette?
Or
is it okay if I film video things? No. You know, quite rightly, she said it would kind of disrupt the energy in the room and our conversation and so on. But she sat me down and, you know, I explained what I was trying to do, and she said, look, you're an idiot for thinking you could become an elephant. Of course you can't become an elephant. You could only hope to become an animal that you had some kind of shared sort of history, a shared kind of cultural background with. You know, if you'd grown up in South Africa, you know, in the Kalahari Desert, then maybe you could kind of hope to become an elephant, but you didn't. You grew up in the suburbs of London, so what animals do you have in London? Squirrels, you know, you could become a squirrel. You know, sheep, there's lots of sheep in England. And I'm like, oh God, I don't want to be a squirrel or a sheep. But then she said, actually, maybe you should become a goat. I'm like, yes, a goat, of course, that's me. And so, you know, we discussed this kind of long history of sort of shamanic practice and so on. And then I kind of started thinking, okay, well, how can I become a goat? So I, you know, as is my way, I kind of started visiting various kind of experts. And so this is Dr. McElliott, who's a goat behavioural psychologist at Queen Mary University. And I said, you know, how can I, you know, what makes me different from a goat? And we went to visit his research subjects at Buttercup's Sanctuary for Goats. And he said, look, we may never be able to like answer that question, but we think that, you know, the main difference between humans and kind of goats and other animals is humans have this like very advanced ability to kind of tell stories, to think in stories, to do this kind of nested scenario planning. And also, of course, once we've kind of created these scenarios, these stories, we have this like compulsion to, you know, share them, to kind of use language to share them. So then I went to visit a neuroscientist and said, Dr. Devlin, how could could you switch off my ability to speak and use, you know, and to think in stories? And he said, well, I could do that, but that would involve switching off about 2/3 of your brain, and you wouldn't be recovering from that. But what I can perhaps do is use a process called transcranial magnetic stimulation to kind of interfere with the neurons in a particular patch of your brain. And he kind of had this, you know, powerful electromagnet, which then kind of penetrated into my kind of cortex and interfered with a patch of my brain involved in speaking, and he kind of sort of switched off my ability to speak. But he said, look, what you're asking me to do is kind of beyond our present technology, so come back in 50 years or so. So I moved on to the body, and the body is the kind of bit that I thought would be easy, because we have all this kind of shared anatomy anyway. So I kind of went to the workshop and started making these kind of exoskeletons, the intention being that I could just kind of gallop along. You know, this is sort of like a hang glider on a spring, and I could just sort of gallop away. And however, when I, started testing this stuff out, it wasn't quite as graceful and beautiful as I was sort of intending. And so, obviously I'd been inspired by those kind of amazing quadruped robotic creations coming out of like Boston Dynamics. What am I doing wrong? So I tracked down a scientist who had kind of worked on those, and this Professor Hutchinson at the Royal Veterinary College, and pointed out, we've got all this shared anatomy with goats. What am I doing wrong? And he kind of said, actually, look, Thomas, it's sort of easier to start from scratch. Your anatomy is actually a kind of hindrance for what you're trying to do. And he took me on a tour of his kind of workplace. It gets a bit kind of gory from now on, so if you're particularly squeamish, look away now. And he was in the middle of dissecting a snow leopard, because somebody had sent him a snow leopard. And I said, how many goats have you dissected? And he said, none. And I said, well, could we dissect a goat? And he said, sure, if you bring me a dead goat. So I was kind of thinking, where am I going to get a dead goat from? So I went back to Buttercup's sanctuary for goats and had a kind of, fairly difficult conversation with the kind of owners of the sanctuary, because all of these goats have names. And eventually they said, look, we do have a goat, she's called Venus, and Venus is dying of some kind of gut infection, so you can have her body when she dies as long as you ask the vets to do a kind of biopsy, and so we know what she's died of. And so Venus died. Unfortunately, she died on a Sunday, so she had to spend the night in my fridge. But then the next day, I took her to the Royal Veterinary College and, began this interesting process of like an animal kind of with a name being turned into something, very familiar from like supermarkets and so on, and butchers. And it was a very kind of interesting, kind of literally visceral kind of process to, really understand the difference between a kind of logical sort of engineering approach to making things move and a kind of evolutionary approach. And this is the kind of a classic illustration of this. On the left we have a kind of engineered bracket, designed in SolidWorks, and on the right we have a kind of a bracket that can withstand the same forces, but designed in this kind of generative, using a kind of generative design algorithm. And this is Venus's brain, about a third the size of ours. So I realized, of course, it's the interface between the kind of evolutionary and the engineering part that I need to focus on. So I went to visit some doctors of prosthetics, and they invited me up to their clinic for a kind of consultation, and took casts of my limbs, and said, okay, we'll make you some legs. Meanwhile, I started working on the guts, because I realized, I'm not going to be very free if I have to kind of worry about paying for my next meal and so on. So I needed to be able to not just kind of eat grass, but also digest it. And the reason why goats and other ruminants can survive off kind of grass and foliage is because they have a whole extra stomach, a rumen, which is kind of before their true stomach. And in that rumen, there's this amazing kind of specialized microbiome of kind of fungi and bacteria and yeast, which all are kind of specialized in breaking down the kind of tough fibres in kind of grass and other foliage. So I made myself an artificial rumen, and this was a kind of silicone bag that I could strap to my chest to keep it nice and warm. And the idea being I'd bite some grass off, chew, 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 spit it into one end of the bag, and then inside that bag I'd get a sample of that nice kind of rumen fluid, and all those bacteria and fungi would kind of grow and multiply and live in there and, you know, do their kind of digestion thing, and then I could suck out the kind of sort of bacteria, fungi, grass, milkshake. It's meant to become a kind of yogurt from the other end of the bag, and then it would go down into my true stomach. And so I took this up to some rumen biologists at the University of Aberystwyth and showed them my artificial rumen, and they showed me their artificial rumen, and, you know, we had an interesting conversation, and I was like, so do you think this would be okay? And they were like, yeah, it should work, it should be interesting. And I said, well, could you supply a sample of that fluid from inside a healthy goat when the time comes? And they said, sure. When the time came, instead of sending me a sample of the fluid, they sent me a letter from the university lawyers saying, any suggestion that our researchers encouraged you on your kind of foolhardy pursuit is entirely false, etc., etc. And it turns out they just got, well, the university got worried that I would sort of give myself a long-term gut infection or something like that and then sue the university. But by that stage, I just had to go, and so I'd sort of been emailing this guy in the Swiss Alps who had some goats to ask if I could come and sort of, I was, you know, stay with him. I didn't actually sort of mention that I didn't want to just stay, but I also wanted to, like, become one of his goats. But when I got there and sort of explained, he was like, yeah, sure. Okay, the goat shed's over there. Go knock yourself out. But I must say that tomorrow I'm kind of moving the goats from this kind of high pasture down to another pasture. And I'm like, okay, yes, Sep, don't worry, you know, I'll be fine. You won't even know I'm there. Just, you know, do your normal thing. And so the next morning, very early, I kind of put on my prosthetics, and, you know, for all too brief a time, it's kind of work. You know, it's happening. I'm with the goats, and I'm, you know, sort of walking along with them. But then, you know, the landscape changes, and it becomes very steep, and the goats just flow down the side of this kind of alp, leaving me very worried about kind of slipping and, you know, knocking my teeth out or something. But what can I do except kind of plod along, and it's like my prosthetics are becoming very painful. But I keep going and eventually catch up with the goats in their kind of pasture, where they're kind of their new home. And I live with them for a while. 3 days in their kind of goat shed, trying to forget that I'm a human. Eating was always a bit of a problem because I hadn't worked out how to extend my neck, so I had to, like, you know, get down on my knees, and there's this kind of difficult moment where I accidentally kind of sort of commit a goat faux pas, and I think I'm about to get into a fight because I accidentally displayed some kind of dominant display to the kind of the hierarchy of the goats in the herd. And then after my sort of time with the goats, I have to strike out alone to try and cross the Alps, because I told the Wellcome Trust that that's what I was going to try and do. Yes. So I've kind of since wondered what that project was about, apart from, you know, trying to escape. And I think in a way it's sort of about Star Trek, because I grew up watching a lot of Star Trek, and I realized that, you know, that I'd kind of soaked up this idea of, like, it's all going to be okay, don't worry, we're going to get to Star Trek, this kind of idea of, you know, a very wise sort of species, you know, in the future where we've kind of solved all of these problems. But, you know, trying to become a goat is like stepping outside of history. It's, you know, it's just, sort of rejecting the idea of kind of progress or trying to kind of succeed and so on. And that was quite a difficult thing to discover. But the project that I'm doing at the moment is sort of a follow-on, perhaps, from this GOAT project and also the Toaster project. And so if the GOAT project was sort of an attempt to like step outside of history and to kind of tread lightly on the earth and so on, kind of like do no harm, and the Toaster project was sort of really about how everything is kind of connected in this very globalized world. If everything is connected, then it's sort of impossible to do no harm, is my kind of thought, you know. Because if you're sort of doing something positive here, are you also kind of doing something negative? You know, is there a negative knock-on effect somewhere else? And one way of thinking about kind of industrial design is we're kind of creating value through making objects. But another way of thinking about it, you know, the kind of flip side of that is maybe just, you know, we're kind of using objects to kind of transfer harm from one place to another. And maybe it's a theme running through my work, but this idea, you know, we're sort of, you know, I can't like escape the guilt, if you see what I mean. You know, it's kind of quite difficult, you know, sort of when you're thinking about the climate crisis and the kind of responsibility for that and so on. And you know, I think, you know, personally, it's kind of difficult not to feel like a sense of guilt, you know, as we kind of barrel towards this future, because of course, you know, the harms of that crisis will be mostly felt by, you know, people who, you know, who are kind of sort of living in a kind of in other parts of the world, and who don't have the kind of the sort of infrastructure to protect them. Yes, so I decided I would try and make a completely harmless object, and I decided I would try and make a completely harmless car. And so, you know, if you think about the general design envelope that kind of a kind of car designer or any designer sort of operates in, you know, there's some kind of, you know, sort of equation or, you know, balancing act between the performance of it and the cost of it and the harm it's going to do. So I'm going to shrink that kind of envelope to be zero harm. And I mean like completely harmless. So like, all, you know, sort of following this kind of Jainist principle of like completely, utterly harmless to everything, everywhere, in perpetuity. You know, I was very grateful to be able to kind of start this project at ArtEZ Zoo in Amsterdam, where I kind of did a residency for a few weeks, supported by Zone to Source and Foam, and they kind of said, we've got this residency in a zoo, what do you want to do? And I suppose they were thinking, oh, I could become a goat again or ostrich or something, but no, I said I want to make this car. And so this car would be kind of harmless to, you know, the residents of the zoo, you know, harmless to sea life, harmless to small creatures like butterflies, harmless to less kind of pleasant creatures like centipedes and cockroaches. And so I started with the chassis. So how can you make this kind of, you know, the base of the car harmless? And I thought maybe I'll try with willow and coppiced willow, because, you know, okay, the willow, you could be kind of harming the willow tree, but maybe it's kind of a bit more like a haircut when you're kind of coppicing something. You're not killing the tree. So, so for 3 weeks, you know, next to the ostrich enclosure, I was weaving this kind of the chassis of this car, assisted, or a Dutch weaver, Piet Hein, came to like show me some ancient Dutch basket weaving techniques. Yes, and I'd also been collaborating with a professor at Delft University of Technology to kind of, I asked him to sort of generate a sort of a plan for my weaving using his kind of generative design algorithm. So he kind of analysed the stresses that the car would have to resist, and then he kind of produced this sort of diagram which I tried to follow. And the idea is the car would have these kind of huge balloon wheels, so if it kind of runs over a little snail in the road or something, it just sort of gently passes over it. That's as far as I got in the at the zoo. Obviously the wheels are wrong. Yes, and so I'm hopefully going back this summer to kind of carry on the car. The wheels will be made of dandelion rubber, coated onto kind of linen, I think. But at some point, of course, I'm going to have to... oh, yes, and this is like not my work, but the demonstration of the kind of wheels. But at some point, of course, I'm going to have to I'm going to have to put an engine in it. And it's going to have to move from being a harmless car to it's kind of impossible to make a harmless car, and so what I want to do is to sort of have to face up to what compromises I'm willing to kind of accept in my own life, because I need a car, and I want to be able to like drive my family on holiday, in this car. That's the goal. But, so what compromises am I willing to accept to kind of be harmless, but, what will I have to, but then I don't think it's possible to be completely harmless. And so at some point I'll have to ask the question, well, who do I want to harm with this? Where do I want the harm from this design to fall? Who is it kind of just for this harm to fall on? Yeah, and so that's the next question. So, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Stay with me for a few minutes. That was amazing, taking a holiday from being human.
Yes, that was the goal. Yeah.
Don't we all want that sometimes? I'm sure that many people have questions. There's some room for questions, a few minutes. Looking into the... Yes, there's a question over there. Do we have a mic? Mike and Patricia? Or maybe you can just ask your question, I'll repeat it.
So when you were talking about the engine, you came up with the question, who do I harm? Because you came to the realization that you would do harm eventually. Why you came across that question as the point of the engine?
Yeah.
Can you repeat it? Because we have people here on the internet, they also want to know your question. Can you shortly repeat it?
So you came up with the question, who do I harm and why? But that question came at the point of I have to come up with an engine. So this may be more practical question, but I was wondering.
Yeah, probably because, there's power that you need for an engine, and and I'm just kind of anticipating that I can, willow seems all right, kind of flax plants, but like battery chemistry or, kind of, it's like a different order of like complexity, a different order of technology, and I think fundamentally there's something about, it becomes, you're harnessing like power beyond just, the power that's kind of stored in like, plants and so I think there's that's probably, you know, I'm sort of anticipating a bit without having kind of done the exploration. But, you know, what I want to do with the project is, you know, go and visit a kind of an expert in battery chemistry or something like that and ask, okay, what would be the most harmless battery chemistry? And then, you know, and then how much power could I get from that battery chemistry? And, you know, it's likely that you'll be able to go at about half a mile an hour or something like that, you know. And so, yes, and so, yeah, so that's why I'm pretty sure it will be difficult to, you know, to make a harmless engine. Yeah, maybe it is possible, but I doubt it because it harnesses a substantial amount of power.
I think that's also so beautiful about, or what I found so beautiful about your talk, that taps into this, well, destructive power of technology. There's harm, and industrial design, as you see it, is just a way of kind of moving the harm around in the world. But that also leads to a lot of creativity from you personally. So that dynamic is there.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of, you know, again, it's like this, you know, talking about the narrative process or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, there's this like really impossible thing, but you're trying to do it anyway, and then sort of it forces you to kind of take a kind of creative approach to the materials you use, and also forces you to go and kind of have conversations with, you know, scientists and researchers and shamans and, you know, people that might be able to help you. So that's why I kind of like that process, because I get to, you know, yeah, talk to people outside my usual world.
Amazing. Before we break for coffee, maybe we have time for one more question? Yes?
Read the mic? No.
The mic team needs to be a bit trained today. I'll have you running, Patricia, today.
Hello. First of all, I didn't realise I was sat next to the goat guy and the toaster guy. My mind has just been blown. So, with the harmless car, you mentioned you were going to take the goal is to take your family on holiday in said car, where you'll be on, I take it, roads.
Yeah.
So what happens when other people do, they're not driving harmless cars, so, and we have all these MCAP rules with airbags and all, you know, everything else. How does that play out? Because then, effectively, you're putting your family in harm because of other people.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah. Yes. So I think, like, again, it's sort of, you know, heading straight towards that, like, that problem with the project is, you know, I anticipate that being quite, you know, that's exactly the kind of question I want to ask. I don't know what the answer would be. Like, ideally, I would like to kind of crash test the first version of this car, like, and, you know, like, you know, in my vision, it's like, yeah, the big balloony wheels will kind of be this, you know, new interesting sort of airbag type system and all of that. But I think my ambition will, you know, is definitely beyond what I can actually achieve. But sort of what I think is interesting is, you know, the kind of car designs that we have are determined. They're not just like by the designer; they're determined by, you know, by all of those rules and the existing infrastructure and so on. And so I'm just kind of interested in, you know, delving into that, you know, how the kind of what we think of like the bureaucracy and the kind of legal landscape determines the form of the you know, form of the cars, and sort of imagining, you know, through this like harmless car, you know, possibly imagining like another world or another system or sort of something like that, but ultimately that interface between like kind of the sort of legal and sort of testing regime and the, you know, the kind of scientists that worked out, you know, oh, it's this force applied by, you know, with this material will kind of give a certain percentage of, kind of problems, and so how that kind of how that filters into the kind of material kind of built environment and so on. So, but whether I would actually take my family, jump in the back, kids, is another question. But I think one of the spurs for this car was the kind of strapping my child into the car seat in the back of the car, and she's screaming because she doesn't want to be strapped in, and thinking, well, maybe you've got a point, this, you don't want to be strapped into this thing because it feels kind of, unsafe or something like that. So, yes, so we'll see, but I believe there is a way that you can put a custom car on the road and so on, but that's for the future.
That's for the future.
Yeah,
and,
it's great talking about this project now because I can say, it's going to be great, it's going to happen, and
I'm sure there's much more to unpack here, and I think I suggest we do that over coffee because it's time for coffee. Thomas, it has been a pleasure and an honor to have you here on stage. You're a great storyteller. I'm listening in awe. Can we have one more big round of applause for this man?
Thank you. Cool.
And then it's time for a short coffee break. So it says 50 minutes, but we're a little over time, to make that 10. So coffee is over there. So be efficient in your time, kids. Be back in 10. Welcome back, everybody, after the coffee break. Our next guests are part of maybe one of the more interesting design collectives or studios, should I say, from Germany. Their work is difficult to describe or to fetch in one style. I think they can better do it themselves. But I think when you look at their work, it radiates a lot of energy. Please welcome on stage Andreas and Marco from Morphoria.
Thank you. Hey, what's up, everyone? Thanks for having us. Really, it's a pleasure to be here in Arnhem. Oh, that's doing that. There we go. Yeah, like Hendrik-Jan already said, this is Andreas, my name is Marco, and we're part of the Morphoria collective. And the last time any of us has been to Arnhem, actually, was it was me in 2003. And I hope I'm not butchering the Dutch language now. Yeah, I probably will. It's at Grootvishaal in it is supposed to be around the university somewhere, but it closed down. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. It's one of the iconic Dutch punk rock places back in the day. It's an Airbnb now, I found out, which is kind of ironic. So we're really excited about the topic, and we made it into power tools and tools of powers. Oh, the dash slipped. So it's fools now. When I made the presentation, I was a bit fooling around with stable diffusion. Probably most of you know it. And I typed in some prompts about tools, and it gave me that one, which I really like because it's an inherently useless tool. It's basically just handles glued together, which was kind of funny when it comes to power and tools. This is us. This is probably the best picture we have of us. And you're very welcome. And we founded it in 2013. And we're from Düsseldorf. So we all started out as, right from the university. It was like in 2012. It was right after the financial crisis. So it was kind of tough. We all started out as freelancers, and but we're kind of tired of working alone all the time and like being in a studio and always being the guy who has to come in late when it's when shit hits the fan, probably, so to speak. And so we teamed up and pretended to be a studio at first, and then it turned into a studio. We been 7 people from the start. Some people came to the studio more than others, and then we had this core foundation of people who came to the studio, and then eventually founded the studio out of that. Oh yeah, this is actually good that I clicked that. Now we had to, due to copyright reasons, we had to remove the audio, and watching videos without audio is always a little bit awkward. So this is basically, if you have never heard of us and have never seen anything of us, this is a small introduction of what we actually do. Imagine some hip hop beat underneath it. There you go.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward without sound here. So, but yeah, now you got a short glimpse what we are doing. So in our daily work at the studio, talking today about tools. It wasn't that easy at the beginning to think about it, because in the fact that we are a collective of different people with different minds and different skills. So we could say, or spoiler at the beginning, we don't use a specific, we don't have a specific tool that all of us use, but also on the other hand, there's not really a tool that really impacts our work or our results. So I think the best image to describe as a tool for our work in our studio is more something like the Swiss Army knife of graphic design.
It's a mutated one.
Yeah, which sometimes gets mutated when we go crazy in the office. So yeah. I think this tool describes best our work and also our workflow. To show you, to give you some insights in that, we speak today about 4 projects in which we were combining different tools, mixing up some tools, using tools for other purposes, or inventing some tools. Yes. Starting,
because we're on the internet, Mark, if you see that, shout out to you for the knife animation.
Yeah, thanks to Mark. Well, yeah, starting with the first project, it looks like, and it's quite a compact design product, let's say, with a more or less easy brief. To us, it was about telling a story and giving some information about the last Olympic Summer Games in Tokyo, about the German Olympic team to their main sponsors. So as a present.
This really is probably a good example of how you can combine tools. You don't have to know every tool, but find the right people to do so and team up with them. So you can come up with bigger projects and tackle them.
Exactly. And in this project, we had to start from scratch with everything, also with the content. Of course, in collaboration with the client and the editorial, and it starts with choosing stories, making a research about what happened on the Olympic Games, which stories are interesting, in which order we can tell them, and then curating photos, retouching photos from different photographers, bring them in a good dramaturgy, combine them with texts, interesting stories. Then we had the other part, let's say another tool here we used was like illustration, to get some opening pages for some chapters, where we used the classic sport graphics and mixed them up. And also on the other side, a little bit more decent, because should be readable as well, is the typographic part, where we went a little bit with the sense of motion and movement that happens on Olympic Games. So these were some other parts. We combined it to the whole book and the stories. Here you got a little bit of glimpse how it looks. Here was the selection of her stories of her. She got her first gold medal there and had a tough time before. So it was pretty interesting also to getting in these stories and talking to the writers how many pages we should write about them. Here's some impressions from the editorial design. And another important part was also, and a little bit challenging, a big part was it was not just to tell the stories to the sponsors and what happened on the Olympic Games. There was also some really facts, like a business report.
It was kind of a business report.
It was their impact in sponsoring events in a physical way, but also on social media. And then you get these fact sheets from the client. They're quite boring, like these PowerPoint presentations. And we have to include them in the right style and a little bit in more entertaining style in the whole publication. You can see how the graphs worked. And there were some also unexpected things and awkward wishes by the client. And
What you usually have is when you do a book project, the client sends you a box full of stuff. They don't assemble it beforehand. They just send you stuff and say, do with it whatever you want now. And this was a spread where we had a box full of Panini stickers. We had to browse through
and have to check which are good for the book or which are not.
And one guy caught our attention. I think he's from the Russian
Maybe,
Olympics.
yeah. So we don't have so much animal content like Thomas before, but this was one part of it. The next thing on this project and the challenging thing was not just combining our creative skills as tools and also our digital tools we used for the design for the book. The other big part and challenge was to use our experience and our knowledge about the production of such a high-class publication. So as you can see here, we used so much techniques because this was just a small issue for the main sponsors, which was branded individually for Adidas, Toyota, I don't know. Yeah, and here you can see a little bit how how much effort there was in it. And I think we worked with 4 production companies.
For example, you had the screen printing guy, screen printing, doing the edge painting, the double color edge painting. You had someone doing the embossing, and then they sent it all around Germany to assemble it, which was kind of fun, quite a challenge for them actually.
Yeah, and this was the final part of the print.
Just to give a sense of I think one of the book was about 300 euros, so it's not something the broad public would probably buy. So it's more like a gift.
Yes, and another part was the digital part of it, or to adapting all the content to a digital in a digital way, which we did afterwards for the presentation of the final publication. So
yeah, exactly. When the book was done, we had to do some promotional work, and so there were motion graphic involved and some web design. We did this interactive website for it, and with some web animations. And along the talk, we want to actually give you some tooltips along the way. And if some of you work in animation and you want to do web animations, you should probably check out Lottie, which is super useful, using vector graphics and some code to get like these tiny files. They're very performant on the internet. So it's developed by Airbnb,
I think
again. That's the URL. If you're interested, you can check it out. Yeah, there were also some creative coding involved with physical bounces, and the motion graphic as a transition into the next topic, which would be analog tools for digital uses. And we actually talked about that yesterday at the dinner. We found it to be very useful to use the actual analog tools before you try imitate the same thing digitally. So, but then on the other hand side, don't let yourself limit by the tools you use. Just the idea that you don't get out of your head is probably the most useless, because you can't talk with anyone about it and you can't get any critique on it. And you can't even sell it to a client. So just find a tool you're comfortable with to talk with people about it. And that was the jersey. We did the corporate design for our Hometown football club, Fortuna Düsseldorf, in 2018. And since then, they usually come back with these special kind of animations. And this was the reveal trailer for the jersey. And which is kind of a big deal in the fan scene. They're super hyped about it, and it was a jersey about the history of the club. So we again got this box full of stuff like old pictures and files, old video files that had the dimensions of I think it was 1 by 1 pixel. That's how big they were, and so we were trying to figure out a ways to not have the pixels, the huge pixels everywhere. So we printed everything out and made copies of it and used a scalpel to crop out the images. That was a pain in the ass to do. And if you're into animation, you probably know the term rotoscoping. That's like cropping out video files. And I basically did that manually, but there's an app called Runway. You can do it via an AI, which is kind of useful, but we couldn't use it here because the files were too small. We had
let's say this is an important reason sometimes, the technical aspects why you decide for specific designs or for specific style. In that case, it was they had a lot of old material digitalized, but it was too small to use it. And if you would do this process in digital, it's pixeled. You got not the same quality, the same result as you use, and that's why we printed it out and decided to use this copy printer optic. We preferred that instead of bad-looking pixeled images. So this is yeah, really important decisions you have to make, and you have to know the impact of your tools when you're creating such a project.
Before we started animating, we had this certain rule set we used. It was these 6 rules. We wanted to do the rotoscoping, some repeater, some excuse me, cell animation, and when you animate, and you work for a client, how you usually start is, you muted it, right? Thank you. How you usually start is you give a storyboard to the client, so you have them give them a basic idea of what the narrative is, and after that you're going to start with style frames. You give the client an idea of what the actual look of the animation will be, and this is one of the style frames. And we also had to go to the headquarters of Fortuna and photograph the trophies. So we had them in 3D, they could rotate. And while we were there, we had the opportunity wearing it as a hat. And this is another style frame. And this is one of the trophies we had to photograph as well. This is another example of how you combine with people, how to combine your tools with other people, so you can save time, and you are probably more professional in your tool, and someone else is more professional in their tool, so you can combine them, and you're faster and better. And we had a friend doing the character animation, and I was assembling the flyers and all the collage images, and we put it together, and we came up with something like this. And this is the actual animation, and it is allowed to have sound.
This is it, yeah. So, yeah, these were the 2 projects where we combined a lot of knowledge, skills, and tools for one, let's say, more or less compact result at the end. Yeah, we do that a lot of times in different projects, especially in corporate designs, what we do a lot. But sometimes we have to go a little bit further from that in just combining our tools. Sometimes maybe it's a good decision to try to build your own tools for a different purpose. And here we want to show you an example of a corporate design for a contemporary art museum. But that was your fault.
I'm sorry, when I sent the presentation, I wasn't done with it, and then I had an idea for this meme, but I can't remember what it was, so I'm sorry for that.
But now we are fine with Thomas. Animal content is good, so sorry, I go further. So
cute lizard.
Here's the museum. The museum, it's pretty close to the border in Aachen. If you want to have a look, go there. It's worth it always. Yeah, it's I'd say to say it in a nutshell, it's more. It's not just a museum. It's the collection of the art stored in the province of Nordrhein-Westfalen there, and they're making always new exhibitions, but from the same big collection. So.
And you can, it's an amazing building. If you have the chance of getting there, definitely do it. They have this amazing interior, and you can imagine it's quite a challenge to get contemporary art in there and make it look as good as the rest.
Yeah, but it's a pretty nice combination what happens there in the process. Yeah, okay. So let's go to the design. Yeah, for us the most interesting thing was this process of curation. They do always for another exhibition there, and for the final image, visual image of the corporate design, we decided to adapt this interesting process to a typographic visual image. Here you can see what we used. You all know these effects even from Microsoft Word. Or there we put some underlined and strike through led us all together to show that some artworks were highlighted, some were kept out of an exhibition, and yeah, from that we created a logo and also the main tool for the communication for them. To see how it looked at the end, this was the video from the pitch presentation, so it's a little bit older and also without sound.
Yeah, you can get a glimpse of what a pitch presentation looks for us when we do it.
Yeah.
This is pretty comprehensive already, to be honest. So the next slide would be the letters we created for the. So we had to come up with a typeface basically to be profitable in the long run for that one.
Yeah, there were two problems here. The one is, especially in Germany, but I think it's also in other countries, like the contemporary art museums or also other not that big museums. Yeah, it's they are pretty limited in budget, and we had to think, okay, when we work for them in the future, we have to find a way to make that easily with a high quality, but and affordable for us. And also there were the wishes of the client. So they like the corporate design that much. They say, can we use it by ourselves? And then okay, that wasn't the plan at the beginning. And then getting back from Illustrator, we had to say, okay, we have now built a tool that we can use, that they can use, that there is a little bit more automized. And then we decided to modify, with the permission of the foundry, to modify existing typeface that we also used in the copy text, for example.
Maybe some of you know GrillyType. If you check them out, they're really good.
Yeah, and we send them the presentation. They say they are fine with that. Yeah, and then we start, okay, we had to decide for a feature which works also in Microsoft Office. And at this time or moment, the best feature was to going with ligatures. Maybe you know them from legible texts. When you go in small sizes, you get the F and the I when they're melting together. This is the common purpose for ligatures, but we used them to getting always, whatever you type in English and German language, to getting always the right rhythm in the headlines. And so we had to combine and test it out a lot of times, rebuilding the different ligatures we done here. And then we ended up with a screen looking like this, like 360 ligatures at the end, which could be combined automatically. Here's some part of the OpenType code we wrote for it. And yeah, this is the final tool we did for the museum that we can use for different media, and also the client could use it in-house for wherever he wants.
In Microsoft Word. They were
even
so
in Microsoft
about
Word, yeah, they were pretty flashed about that. What? It works, yeah. Yeah, and here's a short impression how some posters we made over the last years for them for different topics.
The next part would
to shorten
be,
it up, but it's not
yeah,
a
we do.
big-
We're actually good on time. 5?
No.
All right. So yeah, the next part would be building tools for others, and that was during the pandemic. We have a art foundation in Düsseldorf that is making these exhibitions every year, so the local artists can sell their artworks. And during the pandemic, that wasn't possible, so we helped them create a digital tool for the artists so they could sell their work. And you all know these 3D virtual exhibitions. We're not too fond of that, so we try to make it like just give you a glimpse of the room, just a feeling of the room, make it less distracting.
And important in the brief, the client in the future, they want to make the curation by themselves. This is not really possible when you need a 3D photographer or videographer in a room. That's why we decided to go with this really reduced style, but with a lot of functions. You need to also checking the artwork, buying the artwork, yeah.
Exactly. You could, I don't know, digitally you could see if someone bought it or made the reservation. You could skip through it if you had the, if you didn't want to go through the exhibition. It's the doorbell. And that is the nerdy part about it. We created the tool for the client so the curator could actually see where the line of sight is or where the floor is if they want to place sculpture in it, and it was connected to an email server, so if you bought it, you got an email notification about it.
And here above you see a little bit the mixture that you can, we build the right relations here in the tool that they can use the pixels to the real measures in centimeters. Yeah, so it's easy for them now to curate their own exhibitions with that tool, which is connected to WordPress at the end.
The last part is basically just something about it, but we see the trend of people building their own tools because the preset tools are not enough. And one good example was Vera van der Zeep, we saw at the Inscript. Yeah, Inscript, Experimental Type Festival. It's very good. Check it out next time. She does tremendous job altering tools and with programming to come up with her visual style. We really enjoyed that. There's also Dynamo, who have a really good tool for type customization, and then there was the next part was something about open source, which the open source community is really active, and we really appreciate it, and we hope that we could all make a bit more effort to become a part of this, so we move away from monopoly structures in that regard. The unfortunate part is
they have some trouble until
yeah, of
now,
course.
but
until
I
mass
think it's
adoption,
worth
they
it
usually
to
have
getting in
some
the
problems.
community.
But the good example would be Blender. When EA adopted them, they are amazing now and really good to work with. And this is it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, your work looks like, well, it's very recognizable as graphic design as we know it, right? It has type, it has images, everything. But what I really like about it is that how you seemingly effortless, I know it's not effortless, but seemingly effortless, kind of combine more traditional techniques of collaging and combining more the possibility of digital or more contemporary technologies. I'm sure that many of our students have some questions about this, so I'm looking into the audience. Do we see some hands already? No, this can't be true. There's no questions?
We also
Rick, I
been
see.
around for a while, so if you're interested.
I have a question, but it's not necessarily about the project, but it's more about like group dynamics. Since you work with a
Rick, 1 second, yeah?
So yeah, it's more like a question for the group dynamics. Like now you do collaboratively projects more client based for other stuff. Is it that you also have open space to work on your own projects? How does that work within your group?
Well, yeah, we would probably do that if we would have the time to do it, but no, we all have our personal time for our personal project if we choose to do them. But you know,
But
spare time is scarce, so
we're not really good at that, to taking the time to working on own project. The best cases when it happened is when we collaborate with other, for example, other designers or also whole collectives. Sometimes we made an exhibition and then we do our own stuff. So
you kind of have to find a way to force yourself to do it. So we really, right now we're doing a typeface with a graffiti artist. So if you involve other people, they expect something from you, and you give yourself a bit of the pressure, which is kind of nice to have. So, did that answer your question? All right.
Thank you. A question over there? I think that's maybe the last question. Oh. No, we won't skip you. You lost it, Patrice.
Yeah, I just took it. I have a question on how do you divide the tasks within a group, and how do you, how do I say that? How do you, like if you're working on a project with each other in a group, how much room is there for your output, and how do you then deal with if you have to combine maybe two, or you have to bring out one idea. If someone wants to do this and you want to do that, how do you deal with that, and how do you say, oh, maybe it's time for me to take a step back, or maybe it's time, maybe actually I want to go in a different direction, like is there's maybe sort of friction?
Yeah, that is actually a very good question. It is, because that is part of our daily life, but we have learn to be honest with each other, and don't be mad if someone gives you a critique that you don't like. Just don't be mad about it. And that's probably the most important part. And we all use different tools, so it's probably easy to split the tasks. But if someone's really fond about their design and you tell them you don't like it too much, there is friction sometimes, but it usually doesn't take so long to get over it.
Thank you. Yeah, that was an answer. There's another question.
No, I was just curious because like we're all graphic design students, and I think like a thing that we always concern about is like when I graduate, like how do I get like my a studio like recognized by like the public and like by art galleries? Like how do I get to that point? Like do you guys, kind of like how did you guys get there?
There's a funny saying, actually. It takes 10 years to become famous overnight. Is that something? So it is a lot of work, to be honest, but you start small. We had actually, I think our first job was a museum job. That was basically, they basically forced us to do the studio, like legitimate business. And after that, I would say do promotional work a lot. Don't underestimate the power of the internet, sharing your work wherever you can, and that definitely helps a lot.
And getting the best results out of your project.
Totally,
of course,
yeah.
We are not that good in let's say, in self-publishing, self-promotion, not that good, but you need, for a good self-promotion, you need good projects. So that's also when you make your own projects, but it's also important to have fun and put some effort and try to get the best out of every project you get from a client. Doesn't matter which topic it is. It's a cultural thing. It's maybe comes from the more economical side, or it's a football club, so we never expected it, but it's always challenging, and you try to get out the best from there. I think a lot of things happened like that. So
I would say do the best work you can, and even if you don't have the chance to do it for a client, because sometimes it's a money job maybe, if you do it on your personal work and publish that is definitely helping. But it takes some time, yeah, it does.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Can we have one more round of applause for Morphoria? Our next guest on stage is an alumnus of graphic design Arnhem. We invited her because she graduated on a very specific tool that became outdated quite a while ago already, the dot matrix printer. She can tell you much more about it. Can we have on stage, please, Isa Grienberger.
Thank you. So these are my tools, the two dot matrix printers, as Hendrik-Jan already introduced. And I know many of you don't know these printers, and they're called impact printers, which basically mean they work the same as a typewriter, but instead of letters, they have dots. In this case, they have 24 dots, and they hit an ink ribbon, and then it hits the paper. So that's how the machine works. But before I'm going to talk more about the tool itself, I want to talk a little bit about the background and why I started this project. My project is called "Et as who sees you die," which is a bit of a morbid sentence, but it's a big reference to Jean Baudelaire, who is a poet and a philosopher, and he wrote a book called The Consumer Society, which I recommend you all read, because it's an amazing book, and he wrote it a while ago, but it's still very relatable. And the reason why I wanted to do something with a printer is because I'm very much into printed matter, and the case that printers break on me constantly, because I already own 3 printers in my life, and they basically are all in a landfill somewhere right now. And this is something very interesting, as these printers are from the year 1995, and I'm from 1997, so they basically are living already longer than I have been alive. And this is something interesting, as most of the machines I've owned in my life are already broken. And Jean Baudelaire has this whole philosophy about the fact that because we now see so many things like created, but then also die in a way, it really affects us personally and mentally. And so he had this quote that really stuck with me, in which he talks about the way that we start to live the rhythm of these ceaseless objects, basically. And he says, it is we who watch them as they are born, grow to maternity, and die. And in this case, it's not me, but it's the printers who see me being born, grow to maternity, and I don't think they will see me die, but because they're obsolete and probably in 10 years, I will just throw them out as well because I don't see use for them anymore. So that's a bit of the background behind my tools. So my tool asked for a very specific way of working because I couldn't find any guides online or there weren't a lot of people working with this tool. So the thing I did was just very basic. So I just started printing, I started using it. And I was very lucky that it was still working with my MacBook Pro, which I think is amazing, given the fact that it was made in 1995. So this is the first test print I made. I just printed sentences in different sizes. But the thing was that I was figuring out, like, how did they print whole articles in the 90s with this? Because as you can see, you would have to print really big for it to be properly readable. And then I figured out that you could change the dots per inch, which made sense because it's a dots printer. And here you can really see how it prints. So you can see all the dots. And I just really like the aesthetic of the machine as well. So the next thing I started printing was images. It goes from left to right, from 60 till 360 dpi, and that was just like the standard on this machine. And I knew that I didn't really want to alter anything about the machine, as in the hardware or the software, because I'm just not that interested in doing that. So the next thing that's very nice about the dot matrix printer is that it can handle continuous stationary, which basically means you can print for hours on end, as long as you have paper, and then they come in boxes of like 2,000, 3,000 papers, so you can print a lot. And in the beginning, my computer didn't really understand that it was like continuous paper on inside because I didn't have the right software. So I had to work a lot to see how I could finally get my skyline printed without any borders. But that worked, so I tried a lot with paper, and the thing is, this printer cannot handle really thick paper, so you have to deal with like very thin paper because it has to roll through the machine. Another limitation I had was the fact that they only sell black and purple ink ribbons for this machine because nobody uses them anymore, so they just sell the stock that's left that nobody wants. So I decided to make my own ink ribbons, so maybe I could make it a CMYK printer. So here I tried the blue and the red, and I thought of making my own ink ribbon itself. That didn't work, so I ended up just de-inking one ribbon and then re-inking it. So I was just, in the beginning, just trying out what are the outlines of this machine? What can I do with it, and how far can I push it, and how much can I make it my own? So this is one of the first times I was printing with it. And as you can hear, it's a very annoying sound, I think, if you're next to it for more than an hour. So very quickly, I moved out of the common area and just sat in an isolated room, just printing hours on end, getting to know this printer. As I said, there wasn't a really guideline or any other people working with it. So that meant that I had to figure everything out, which I liked a lot because I noticed in my own practice that if I look at other people doing a certain thing, I start to look into their work, and then I'm just like, oh, they already did amazing things. I don't think I can add anything to this. So that's what I really liked about using a tool that not a lot of other people used. And the fact that these printers are characters on its own. As you can see here in the beginning, it was constantly moving back to its home base, basically, because it only starts printing from here. And that's something I, as a perfectionist, was struggling a lot with in the beginning. I think many of you here are also perfectionists, and then working with a machine that basically adds something on its own. It constantly stops. It prints sometimes in the middle of a page, and that was something that I was really struggling with. But it also taught me a lot that I had to sometimes just let go of the process, and that it can actually add value if I don't make every decision that's there. So here you can just see that I was just printing lines and also listening to the sounds. Because very soon already in the process, I realized that these are not only machines, but they add way more character to your print than a regular normal inkjet printer would. Inkjet, sorry. And yeah, so I thought, what now? Now I know that these machines can make amazing prints, but what can I, as a designer, add to it? So I decided to buy another dot matrix printer, one that was exactly the same, which was amazing because they were all on Marketplace. So if you want a machine, you can find 1,000 of them on Marketplace. And so now I had two printers, and only one printer can only do one color. So I thought now I can combine them maybe as an offset printer or just make them collaborate. And at this point, I started seeing them as my fellow designers, because they were also always adding something and changing something to the design I put into them. But having them next to each other just didn't really seem right to me. So I decided I wanted them to print the same paper, which meant that I had to loop them together with the continuous stationary. But with altering a machine or with its function, because of course they're not made to print on the continuous stationary that goes through one and then another, they got stuck a lot. And here you can see, for example, because they are so old, sometimes either one of them would take a break, or one would just completely stop and forget that it was printing or something. So here you can see what would happen. So there couldn't be too little paper in there, because then one couldn't take a break and then the whole thing would collapse. So this is me just setting up the machines and the paper, which would take about 10 minutes each time. And I think I did it over 300 times or 400, I don't even know. I also used a lot of paper. And this is just me trying to figure out how much paper it needs, just to set up. But if I would add too much paper, you can see that also doesn't work great. I really like this effect of that they really perform together. And this way it looks very dramatic, but then this would happen. And then also the machine would get stuck, because then the paper isn't aligned anymore. So I ended up altering them to the way, so that they work the way I wanted them to work. So here you can see that I added a wooden construction on one, and both of them had to have different constructions on top, because they were facing each other so that the paper could go through. So one was doing another job than the other one, basically. And I put them on a pedestal, as I didn't want them somewhere on the ground, because they were my fellow designers. They were adding something to the thing that I put in. And I wasn't in total control of the output. So I painted them the same office gray as they are, and I gave them these wooden constructions. And then the only thing that was left to do was figure out what they had to print. So I used them as offset printers. So here there's a layer of black and there's a layer of purple, which didn't really mean a lot to me. And then I printed images in which the background was cut out from the main object. And then one was printing the background and the other one was printing the main object. And then you can see that sometimes they would go in sync, and sometimes one would break and stop, and then but slowly but surely they would go in sync again, just by coincidence, which was very interesting for me. I also tried this, and then one would print black and the other one would print the main object, so you could really see the difference between the two printers. But it ended up being these dots. Also because I realized it didn't really matter what they printed, it was more about the process and the fact that you could really see that every print is different. And in this case, you can really see it. So I basically designed it the way that they're supposed to be, like this. But the printer, each A4 was a different artwork in a way. And then you can see that the purple printer just didn't do that one. And then here it got stuck, but it fixed itself later on, and then it was totally out of sync. And it was more about this thing that each A4 is totally different, and I think that's fine. So I kind of let go of control of like what should each A4 look like. And it ended up being more of a performance than like this amazing A4 that this printer printed. And this is just a small part because the whole performance takes about 35 minutes, about 30 A4s they both print. So You can also see it's like a way of slow living, just slow printing. And these are some of the outcomes that I printed with the machine. And yeah, I believe that this tool really, well, it actually made my graduation, I think. And it also really changed me as a designer, because as I said, I'm a super perfectionist. And now sometimes I'm like, oh, this was like a coincidence, which is nice, and I'm happy it happened, and I'm just gonna let it go and let it be, basically. And I think that was it.
Amazing. Thank you, Isa. Yeah, you built really like a strong relationship with that tool by sitting with it and being with it and working with it. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering, yeah, this was your graduation project, and well, there's now some people here in the room that maybe in a few years will go through a similar process. Would you have any advice to them, or if they're maybe also like interested in some kind of tool or technology, what have you learned that you want to give to them?
Yeah, I would say master the tool that you really like, because I also feel like these are now my printers. I feel like if I would give them to you, you wouldn't be able to do the same thing that I did. And also because they're such characters that sometimes when I wanted someone else to print something, I would have to explain like, oh yeah, sometimes this machine does this, and then you just have to smack it on the side, and then this it does this, and then you would have to like turn the wheel twice, and then it works again. And I think that was a very interesting thing, and that really is like an extension of yourself instead of just a tool that you work with. And I think that's very interesting. So I would just say, like, if you're super interested in a tool, just work with it for like days on end or weeks on end, and then as soon as you get done or you like finish with it, you're like, this doesn't work, it's awful. Then a week later, probably you will think of something, and then the machine is amazing again, and then you know it's going to be your graduation work. So yeah.
But you're not allowed to smack it anymore. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You can't smack tools. Like I find it like also very empowering what you said about when you look at other people's work, you get like, oh, nervous, like, oh, they're doing some amazing stuff. I think that's somebody that many can relate to. I can relate to it. But like you said, like if you really kind of choose your own tool and really dig in, you create something very specific. Yeah. No. Questions? Some room for questions, maybe? Luna.
I have a comment rather than a question. Okay, can I say it with a microphone? All right.
I wanted to make a comment to what you also said with smacking the machine. And what is so beautiful to see in this work is the fact that this machine doesn't work well. It doesn't really work as you wish it to be. And I think this friction and this fact that it's not so smooth is really that what makes it valuable, what makes it great, or what gives it character. And I think this is maybe what, when you tell other people to manage or engage with their tools or what they like, is also that look for the things that are, you know, that you struggle with, basically. Not those tools that make everything so simple, which is usually what you think. Tools make things simple. And I think this is maybe a different way of looking at it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's a very nice comment.
Yeah.
We were talking about this in the break about friction. Do we want a frictionless world? No, we don't want that, because the friction is also pointing us to where we should go, either like artistically or in life. Look at there's another last question. Yeah.
So even though the machine didn't do exactly what you wanted, you still mastered the machines, I think. But do you take these tools with you as like your signature, so you make more work with your with these tools, or do you just take what you've learned from those machines?
Well, currently only what I learned from it, because you have to have money to continue this, and I don't have that. So yeah, currently just what I learned from it. And also, if you've worked for 6 months with something, at a certain point you're also like a kind of a little bit like, I love you, but maybe in a year again, you know? So yeah.
So now you're in a long distance relationship.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isa, thank you so much for enlightening us and being with us on stage. Can we have one more big applause? And then it's already time for us to break for lunch. I hope you're hungry. I'm a little bit hungry. Can we say something about lunch? Do we have lunch?
Lunch you can find in many places, including the Albert Heijn around the corner. I did just go and get a huge amount of biscuits and juices that you can just grab on your way out. But more importantly, the anthology of Anton Beke is exhibited on the 3rd floor, and some of you I think already have been, and it's amazing. So if you've had your food and you want to look at some amazing books and objects, go into that space, because it was meant to close in December, and they intentionally left it open for us because they knew we were going to be in the Rozet. But I think we're back at 1 p.m.
We're back at 1 p.m. Exactly.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back after the lunch break. I hope everybody had a really wonderful and nutritious lunch. How do you all feel? After lunch dip? No? Good, good. So let's continue with our wonderful program and another wonderful speaker. So the next speaker that will be on stage today sometimes refers to herself as a little old lady. Well, I'm not so sure if that's true, but I think she will talk today about maybe one of a very powerful tool that we all carry within us, our brain. I'm not sure if I framed that right, but I looked a little bit at your slides. I'm very curious to see what she has to say. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Julie Katrine Andersen. Give her a warm applause.
Thank you. I'll be holding 2 tools in my hands today. I'm nervous, so I put speaker slides on my phone. So, my name is Julie. I'm a graphic designer. And as you can see through this tour de force of my work, I don't just use one tool. I use a number of tools, depending on what's in front of me. So whether that is knitting needles, feathers, a film crew, or a computer, those are the tools that I use. I'm going through my work here really fast because actually this talk is not about my work. It's about all the stuff that goes on in the background while doing it. It's about my main tool, and that tool is creativity. So while all this that you just saw is me, this is also me. 5 years ago, when I came back to my studio after maternity leave, a crisis was awaiting me at my desk. Before I had my son, I won awards with my work. I traveled the world doing talks. But when I came back, some disheartening thoughts struck me. When the phone buzzed again, I thought, oh, am I old? Am I forgotten? Am I irrelevant? I thought, does anyone even care what I have to say anymore? Do I even know anything about anything? But it also dawned on me that these thoughts felt so familiar. They were like old friends of my creativity. Only at this point, they had brought new and horrendous friends to the party. At the same time, the newspapers were full of all of these articles about how great creativity is, how life-affirming and healthy and good for the soul, and how wanted and needed it is in the work market of the future. So all of this positivity around creativity, I thought, what is wrong with me? Am I the only one having a really hard time with creativity as my workhorse? But that's when I started to research the less sunny sides of creativity, and that's what's really interesting to me. So all of the reasons why working with creativity sucks, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm a ray of fucking sunshine. So maybe you don't know those fears and struggles at all. Maybe you have much better confidence than I have. But I'm guessing that I'm not the only one in this room with these struggles, so I'm going to go ahead anyway. I think it's important to nuance that positive image that creativity has, that it's a sort of light-hearted, carefree activity for all. And if we only share inspirational talks and our brilliant finished work, then we don't really talk about all the war stories and the bruises that creativity also gives us. So what interests me isn't that positive image of creativity that is being hailed by positive psychology. It's all the other stuff. Because I definitely don't recognize that singularly positive image. So how does one get creative confidence? Well, if we're to believe 2 heavyweights from the creative industry, Tim and David Kelly, who run IDEO, it has to do with overcoming these 4 fears. So by overcoming the fear of losing control, the fear of the first step, the fear of the messy unknown, and the fear of judgment, we're supposed to gain creative confidence. So let's start there. by being open-hearted about my own fears, I'm already sort of facing the first one, which is losing control. So how about the fear of the first step? Here it is, the blank screen, the awaiting cursor. That document just staring at us, terrifying. Am I right? No? You don't know that feeling? Okay, good. I see someone nodding. Each time I start a project, I'm always completely petrified in the beginning. It's always there that I have the strong feeling that I have to overcome myself, and this blank canvas becomes a great opponent of mine. I really hate life quote posters, but I must admit that I've created one for myself that has to do with these tough beginnings. It's a poem by an author called, I'll try to explain it right, Eye Oma Binyao, and it goes, start now, start where you are. Start with fear, start with pain, start with doubt. Start with hands shaking. Start with voice trembling, but start. Start and don't stop. Start where you are with what you have. Just start. We all know that beginnings are hard, but for some reason we sort of neglect that thought when it has to do with our creative processes, that overcoming the beginning. But in his book, art therapist Sean McNiff, the book is called Trust the Process, he says discipline, or the discipline of creation, is a mix of initiative and surrender. Meaning that you start a creative process with an active initiative and then you follow it through, surrendering it to it. When I do my own projects, I always beat myself up about being a slow starter. I always sort of walk around stalling and I'm like, why can't you get started? Over the years, though, I've noticed that I'm not so fucking special. A lot of creatives feel this way, and overcoming that beginning is hard. This is not because we're not good enough, it's because it's really hard. So this is why if I had to show my creative process really crudely, it would look something like this. The major part of it is overcoming the beginning, and then the rest of it is just doing the work. And that's not to say that the rest is easy, but it's a job that can be done. But if we Google the creative process, we often get the idea that it's a sort of death by diagram. There's sort of boxes and numerous colors, arrows going back and forth and up and down. And they all kind of have the same DNA, going back to a model from 1927 by Graham Wallace, where he splits the creative process into 4 stages. First is preparation. That's where we do all the research. Then there's incubation, where we sort of metaphorically put it all in a pot, stir it well together, put it on a low simmer in a corner, and then something happens. Then there's illumination, that eureka moment, the big aha. And then finally, we have verification and implementation, where we actually do all the work that's needed and check if everything is working the way we intended. That sounds easy peasy, right? And I almost daren't ask you guys if it's that simple for you, but it definitely isn't that simple for me. So something is kind of lost in translation with these models and boxes and circles and arrows. There's also something missing in this perspective, and that, for me, is that these models look from an external point of view. So you can imagine someone standing there with a clipboard and jotting down the action bits. But to me, so much of the creative process is what happens inside the creative. And it's a really vulnerable bit that these models don't show. So in that sense, I find that this model, taken from an internet meme, is a much better visualization of my creative process, because it has an internal view. It's odd to me that a humorous meme from the internet rings more true in my head than all the established academic models of what a creative process should be. But I think this is something that we all know and that rings true to us. So for me, this is just as valid as any academic model of what the creative process is. But of course, it's a little bit difficult because it's a bit hard to say to your client, sorry, I'm in the middle of the fuck off phase, so not now. And most clients do, or most clients and businesses do wish that the creative process is quite a straight line, going from beginning to result. But as creatives, we're wired differently. That's the client. That's the project manager coming to drag us to the end. At the very end, she even kicks us a bit to get to the point. Yeah. So I had hoped that you would laugh a bit at that one. But consider why you laughed. If I had shown this to lawyers or bankers or someone like that, they would have laughed too. But they would have laughed at those difficult creative types. Creativity is cherished, but please do it faster. So I hope that you laughed with me. I see this as a perfect depiction of the route that the creative person takes through the creative process. Reacting and collecting stimuli along the way, and collecting and searching. And we shouldn't undermine what looks a bit disorganized for that reason. So this is valid. I read an article by researcher Teresa Amabile, where she talks about the creative process as a maze. And for me, this is what she's talking about. She says, in a maze, there's a way in and a way out, and you have to find it. I think that's a good metaphor rather than a very disorganized appearance. And it honors the process of something hard. The more complex the maze is, the more thorough the process. And if we see this golden retriever mindset in that light, then we're winning by taking all the detours. We're not messy, gullible scatterbrains just fumbling around doing something random. So what about the fourth fear? Standing here in front of you, I'm definitely struck by the fear of judgment. And I think of this fear as my inner teenager. It also kind of takes me back to being a student myself. And I'm sure you've already heard of imposter syndrome, but I suffered from it big time. Like the definition of imposter syndrome, I thought that at any minute I would be found out. I had got into this prestigious design school. Someone would tap me on the shoulder and say, sorry, there's been a mistake. You're useless. Get out. The term imposter syndrome comes from the 70s, from a study that concluded that young women suffer from imposter syndrome. And you will still hear this as an argument against women. But with only women in the study, no men at all, the conclusion was, of course, completely wrong. So later studies have shown that 70% of all people will experience imposter syndrome. And perhaps the difference between cocks and pussies is that men are perhaps better socialized to believe in themselves. It's a really shameful feeling to feel like this. And during my studies, I never heard anyone from faculty or any of my fellow students say anything about what was going on inside in the creative process. So I didn't say anything because I thought it was just me. Now I know that it was not just me. Probably the person sitting next to me was feeling the exact same as many of you guys are. So speak up about it. So those were the 4 fears to overcome. The first step, losing control, messy unknown, and judgment. And I do agree with those 4 fears that you have to overcome them to gain confidence. But for me, there's one gigantic monster missing. And that is the fear of failure. If we're not afraid to fail, then we're in a much better mindset to create. But it's not that simple, is it? You can't just say, oh, just don't fail, or just don't be afraid of failing. Psychologist Carol Dweck splits people into two groups. And if you think about concepts such as failure and talent, then we can become aware of our own mindset. If we see talent as this wrapped up package that we're born with, and that's a constant, then we have a fixed mindset. If we have that, then failure becomes a really big deal. Because if we fail, then it means our talent isn't there, and we're just not good enough at whatever is in front of us. Whereas people with a growth mindset, they believe in development, and they see failures as a completely natural path to learning. In this sense, they're not horrified by mistakes. And when I work with students, this becomes very clear. Some students start their studies with a great deal of talent, but they never evolve. Other students don't really see themselves as talented, so they work really hard to get somewhere, and it's definitely this later group who comes up with the best results at the end, because they're not afraid to fail. The saying that hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard really says something about your mindset. For a fixed mindset, if you have that, Carol Dweck suggests that you should fail small, fast, and often. If we make few but gigantic mistakes, then they become completely devastating. But if we fail faster, smaller, and more often, then it's not so bad. I try to do this very literally myself, and also with students. I set aside time to really fuck up. I definitely have a bit of a fixed mindset myself, so I really need to challenge it. One of my failure methods is taken with inspiration from Julia Cameron's book, The Artist's Way. She writes that in order to do something well, you must first be willing to do it badly. And for me, this rings true. She introduces the concept of writing morning pages for writers. You just keep writing in a constant stream for 3 pages. You don't stop, you just write whatever comes into your head. It's a very private exercise, and it feels a bit insane the first times you do it. So it's for your eyes only, but it's important that you do them in the morning, because apparently your inner critic sleeps in late. By doing this, many writers have written their way out of a writer's block, so I thought maybe I can do this to gain some creative confidence. This is why I do my so-called failed pages, and I also introduce this to students. I have this big box of tricks, I call it. I have lots of different materials, tools, and then I have A5 cardboard. So I just choose a color, choose a tool, and then I set my alarm to 15 minutes, and then away I go, just completely trusting my gut. I don't do this every day, but I do it when I really feel there's something on the line, when I'm really dreading failing, as a way of practicing failing small and often. Also, I'm a rational person, so I don't attach emotion to something that I've done in 15 minutes, and I'm a very emotional person too. So it's hard for me to distance myself from my work, but it's pretty easy to say, look, you did this in 15 minutes, it's A5, it's not so bad, let it go. So it's also a way of practicing distancing myself from my work, and that I can use in my professional work. If I hit something that I find interesting, then it's a beginning that I can save for later, and if I don't, then whatever. Although your best teacher is your last mistake, there is no need to marinate in that. So this method lets you fail fast and often. And it lets you take initiative and surrender to that initiative. It sets me off to a bit of a jogging start, because you can't run a marathon from a standstill either. My humble guess is that this is what Picasso was doing when he said, inspiration exists, but it has to find you working. I don't believe in that eureka moment of the bolt, lightning bolt hitting you. I believe that bolt comes when you're doing something else and when you're busy, not when you're sitting on your ass waiting for it. The other reason I do this is that I myself do find this ridiculous. I solve big strategic problems every day, so why should I do this aimless task of experimenting? Well, that's exactly why. Because the older we get, the tougher it becomes to really experiment. And it's the same with students. If you think back to when you just started your studies, most of you were super good at experimenting, but it becomes harder and harder the more you know. So please, for God's sake, keep it alive. If we can keep our ability to experiment alive in whatever way suits us, then our creativity will really benefit. But in saying we have to experiment, I'm tapping a little bit into the image of the creative person that I hate, which is this jolly, easygoing person just throwing around completely wacky ideas. I find this image to be creativity's greatest enemy. It is a part of creativity to be a divergent thinker, but it is not all of it. Consider where the phrase "to kill your darling" comes from. While it is the divergent thinker that comes up with all of the ideas, it's the critical sense that chooses them from the pile and knows which ones are the right ones from all the wacky shit that we come up with. It's a metaphor for the often painful and brutal part of creativity. And in only talking about the other jolly parts, I don't think that we're portraying it in a realistic way. Ideas are not enough. Author Dorothy Perker is quoted for saying, "Creativity is a wild mind and a disciplined eye." And that paradox rings true to me. Creativity does have poppies and rainbows, but it also has really brutal bloodshed. So, is everyone creative? That is a question that we're often met with. Well, not if you ask wonder psychologist Jordan Peterson. He is a bit of a boomer asshole, I'll admit, but he does have some relevant thoughts on creativity. He separates that of generating ideas with that of being creative. He says, in order for ideas to be creative, they have to be novel and relevant solutions to a problem. I've tried to explain this by resembling it to three people. So here's Tom, Dick, and Harry. Tom is like most people. He can come up with ideas, but it's exactly the same ideas as everyone else can come up with. Dick is a dick. He can come up with completely wacky ideas that have no relevance to the problem whatsoever. Dick should get a hobby. Harry is the truly creative one. He can come up with ideas that solve the problem in a new way. I think this nuances the popular opinion that everyone is creative. And I'm attracted to separating that of generating ideas with that of being creative. Am I saying then that creativity is only for professionals? No. In that way, I agree more with another psychologist, James Kaufman, who says that it's more of a scale. He sketches out these 4 levels that starts with mini-C. It's the tiny little ideas that we have on a daily basis, like swapping out ingredients in a recipe. No one but ourselves know. Then this little c is when our little ideas gets an audience. It could be our family. Kaufman sometimes calls it county fair creativity. It's like, oh, look, someone made a birdhouse out of a beer can. How creative. But where most of us are is doing pro C. We've made it our livelihood, or at least we're trying to. We can't necessarily live off it yet, but that is the path that we're on. So taking an education within art and design, you're also in this category. And then there's big C. I don't mean to offend anyone in the room, but none of us are probably at this level. It's like the big world-changing history book-making stuff. And within this scale of the 4 levels, I find one of the most interesting paradoxes of creativity. Because while the mini C creativity and the little c creativity is known to affect us in a really good way and be healthy for us and give personal growth, big C is probably the opposite, incredibly bad for us. So treating creativity lightheartedly becomes a bit single-minded. You don't need to Google that long to find evidence of this. We're in the Netherlands, so here is perhaps the most famous one. Van Gogh cut off his own ear, ended up committing suicide. Closer to our day, Alexander McQueen suffered heavily from anxiety and depression. He was addicted to medicine and ended up killing himself by an overdose. Or Yayoi Kusama, the iconic artist who has lived in a psychiatric ward since '77. When I pull out these examples, it's not to paint a grim picture and to say they're all doomed. It's more to say that if these great big C minds suffered with their creativity, then just maybe it's okay for us to sometimes think that working with creativity is tough shit as well. That it's absolutely warranted to say that it is hard, and that we shouldn't feel wrong for thinking that. Because it's not the same to make a birdhouse out of a beer can to solve big creative projects, and everyone can't do that. If you're thinking, yeah, these 3 famous examples that you just pulled out, that might be, but I'm not convinced that creativity links to mental illness, well, then I really welcome that critical thinking. But the fact is that there are plenty of different studies that conclude that there is a link between creativity and mental vulnerability. They're problematic too, though. Most researchers agree that there is a link, and they also agree that you're not creative because you're mentally ill, so don't go playing around with that. But do you become mentally ill by working in conditions that creative people often work under, or is it something that's inside you? What is the cause and what is the effect? Is creativity the hen or the egg? So while we know that creativity correlates with mental vulnerability, we don't have the full picture of how. But numerous studies do come to the same conclusion, that there is a link. In one study from Sweden, Dr. Fredrik Ullén gives this brilliant quote to end with. He says, "Maybe thinking outside the box is facilitated by having a less intact box." He suggests that highly creative people are so because they have more open channels. This rings true because that old cliche of thinking outside the box, again, sort of paints the picture of the creative person as someone completely devoid of limitations. And that's not what we do. We do this beautiful balancing act between limitations and possibilities every day. So saying that we're just far out is not good for us. Creativity is about seeing connections that other people don't. So having a less intact box would make sense to me. More impressions come in. But with open channels, it's perhaps also not that difficult to see that we can get overwhelmed, we can get overstimulated, and that's often what happens. So why am I talking all this negative crap? Weren't we supposed to be having a good time with creativity? Is creativity now all bad? Are we all insane? No, not at all. I'm not saying this to be mean or fatalistic. And I'm definitely not saying that we're mentally ill because we're creative. I'm saying that if you ever had a diagnosis stuck to your name, then it's not just you. It comes with the territory. Yeah, we have messier minds, but that's also what we can thank for being creative. So then wouldn't it be easier not to be? Well, maybe you've sometimes thought that when you've had a very hard process. I certainly have. But it's just not a question for me. It's not a choice. Being creative is such a big part of who I am, of my identity, and what I do is a part of that. My guess is we all really love working with creativity as well. So in that way, creativity is also a paradox. We can't live with it, and we can't live without it. I just think that we'd be wise treating creativity a little bit more cautiously and not just seeing it as this one wonderful positive thing. So after digging myself down in this rabbit hole of research about the less sunny sides of creativity, has it helped me? Have I gotten better at creativity? No, not at all. Am I able to control myself better in the process? Sorry, not that either. But I have gotten better at accepting myself in knowing that this is what it's like. I cut myself more slack, and that really helps me. And I hope that it maybe helps you a little bit as well. So be gentle with yourselves. You're doing the best you can. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Julie. And stay with us, stay with us. What a very vulnerable and empowering talk that was. And I can personally relate to a lot of the things you were saying.
It would be sad if you were like, yeah, I don't recognize any of that.
No, I think that many of us do.
Good.
So, yeah, looking at the audience, raise your hands if you have any questions. I'm sure there's a lot of processing going on. But yeah, there's some room to have some little conversation. Maybe I should ask a question now. I read at the grin out that's what you said, creativity is cherished, but please do it faster. I think that really sums up a lot that we're experiencing. That it is there, creativity is a driving life force in all of us. And yet we live in a society that asks or demands from us that we deliver it now under all these conditions.
I think actually that's hitting it on the nail on the head, and that's where this started for me. That I was so surprised that creativity has this great name, and all my clients and all the companies that I've worked with, they're like, yeah, creativity is great, and we really want it, and we need it, and the job market of the future. And then when you get down to business and you have to do the job, it's like, yeah, please do it now, faster, more straightforward. And it's like, I'm sorry, but that doesn't really go together. You can't have both those parts. That's not how it works. And it took me a really long time to accept that within myself, because I thought, oh, but this is just about me getting better. I just have to get better and faster and learn more about my own creativity. But now it's sort of dawning on me that that's not what it's about. It's about society having these expectations of what creativity is, and I don't agree.
Yeah. So we're also in a educational context, so I was wondering, maybe we should incorporate the idea of failing a bit more in education. Like have a class at failing, but how would you grade that?
I actually do.
Oh, you do it? Okay, next time we will visit you.
So a lot of these experiments that I do, they sort of stem from that class, because I had such trouble myself when I was a student. So I thought that the most important thing that we can do is to learn to talk to each other and be honest. And amongst yourselves, I hope that you are much more honest than we were in my time. So when you're struggling with something, say it out loud, and so that you can help each other overcome it.
So we have a question here in the second row. The mic is coming your way. Luna, Fire away.
Hello. Yeah, I also want to say this was so funny and so enlightening and super interesting and lovely. But I would like to add to that as well, because of this incredible painful process, lots of times what we in the past also did, and I think a lot of people handle this way, is that you also develop a certain methodology, right? Of a way of approaching that you don't have to think like from scratch. And you think from scratch depending on the context, but there is things you stick onto. You set yourself these limitations in order to, you know, so...
And you find your own set.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm sure that you have also this...
Yeah.
Tricks, right?
Absolutely, and I think it took me a long while to figure out that's what it was about. That I didn't need to have everything figured out. I just need to know myself and then do the best that I could. So yeah, I completely agree.
Thank you. One more question, yeah.
I know with Alexander McQueen, when I watched the documentary, which is amazing. It struck me that he seemed really happy when he wasn't famous and he didn't have money, and he was just making these amazing forms. And we see that a lot. I once saw a lecture with Kyle Cooper, and he left Imaginary Forces that he started because it became this beast. Do you think the problem is when you get successful, then things then start to go to shit personally as a creative, or is that just the way we mentally, handle those things?
I don't necessarily. I think actually, for me, it's before that. For me, I think that a lot of students will recognize that they're like trying to learn their own process, trying to get to know their own creativity, and then you sort of go along and you get all this experience, and then it sort of turns on you in a way. And what you just suggested, that kind of happens. Then when you start to know yourself and your creativity and you've done all the great work, then it's like, now I want to be a student again and be like more insecure and just do stuff that you enjoy. So yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Give warm applause for Julie. Now, our next speaker is again an alumnus from graphic design Arnhem. She graduated last summer with a very intriguing, immersive kind of radio station. She will talk more about it. She's interested in ecosystems, not per se natural ecosystem, but also ecosystems created by humans. She's interested in sound, visualizing sounds. Give a warm applause for Sabina Scortanu.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to click your slides.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You can introduce yourself again. Clap again.
Yes, this is me. So my name is Sabina, and I graduated from graphic design half a year ago. And I want to present you my graduation project called Disembodied Voices from Beyond the Horizon. So my project is centered around radio art, the radio spectrum, and different creative intersections that we can find between science and art. So I would like to start with a quote by Gregory Whitehead. So he's one of the pioneers of radio art. He helped to conceptualize it more and to kind of push the boundaries of how and what can we do with radio in a creative way. So I would like to read it. Once more, the idea of confounding an encircling public with private, immediate with distant, noise with silence, voice with technology, circling back again and again, piling up meanings as fast as all generations fade out, a spiral of communications transforming itself into an improvised community that is always in danger of spinning out of control, losing itself, the idea of the producer also getting hopelessly and gratefully lost in the vortex, deep in the media screamland blues. So that's a very beautiful quote about radio and what it actually also means for me. Because for me, the radio spectrum and everything that we can do with it is like a vortex. So first you deconstruct these voices in order to transmit them back into the spectrum. And the voice is kind of being reconstructed again by using electricity. So you're actually never listening to the original. It's always kind of a simulacrum of the voice. And I would like to go a bit into radio art and my creative inquiry. So during my research, I had a few research questions that I wanted to ask myself to kind of figure out what can I do with this medium, what is actually out there to explore, because it's quite like a nerdy medium. Like not everyone in graphic design would decide to actually pick it up and investigate it. So for me, it was really interesting because it's really interactive, and I'm also fascinated with sound, so I really wanted to make my graduation about sound and radio, because I also worked with radio a bit before, so I just wanted to kind of bring it to a boiling point. So I asked myself, what tools can we use in order to investigate the spectrum? And knowing about radio interference. So interference is something that happens between two devices. So knowing that this is actually a property of the devices and not a property of the spectrum, how can we use this aspect of interference as a narrative thread in order to guide my research and to create some immersive installation that uses noise and clashing frequencies together in order to immerse the viewer in the audio spectrum, in the radio spectrum? Also, what is the potential of the ionosphere to investigate for the radio spectrum? So the ionosphere, for the people who maybe don't know it, is the upper layer of the atmosphere, which hosts a lot of radio communications. So a lot of GPS navigation systems are happening over there. So how could I use this layer of the atmosphere in my research as well in order to create this installation? And how accessible are the tools that I can use in order to interact with the medium itself? Because sometimes with radio, I felt like the tools are highly inaccessible, or I can only use like really basic tools in order to research more the medium. So for example, a lot of people in the field, a lot of radio amateurs are men over 70 years old, and that's just wonderful. But there's a lack of women, and I would say particularly a lack of young people that would be interested to create more with it, because you would think that it's obsolete, so there's not a lot of possibilities to go further with that, because we have the internet, so why would you actually need radio? And I was interested as well in what types of signals can we catch out there, what is actually available for us out there, because everything is very coded. There's a lot of devices that use radio frequencies in order to function. For example, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, any sort of wireless device that you know, in a way uses radio frequencies in order to function. So a lot of that information is never accessible to you because it's just so hard to extract it. So those were some of the questions that I was asking myself. And further, I would like to introduce you a bit the radio spectrum. That's the radio spectrum. As you can see, it's immensely big. So we as humans have created different tools in order to interact with it. And also, there needs to be some people in order to kind of delimitate specific portions of the spectrum, because every device that we create, every wireless device, almost every wireless device, uses radio frequencies in order to function. So for each of these devices, you need to allocate a specific portion of the spectrum. So these are some of the portions of the spectrum. As you can see, it's just really immense. So how can you not get lost within this invisible electromagnetic environment? And in my research, I wanted specifically to focus on broadcasting and radio astronomy. So those are marked in blue and yellow. And specifically focusing on frequencies from 3 megahertz to 300 megahertz. This is where radio astronomy and broadcasting is usually happening. So I started to look into the ionosphere as well, because the ionosphere, as I said, it's a natural electromagnetic layer in the sky, which also emits this specific air glow that I wanted to also aesthetically transmit in my installation. So how can I use the ionosphere as an inspiration in order to construct my installation? So because there's a lot of satellites hosted within the ionosphere, I wanted to kind of bring it down to Earth to kind of show a bit, maybe aesthetically and in a sound-based way, how is it to be between the Earth and the space. Also, the ionosphere is highly sensitive to weather changes, to the sun. So in my installation, I really wanted to kind of reflect this aspect of uncertainty. Like you're never gonna know what is gonna happen. You're kind of confused when you're entering inside. And some of the tools and findings that I stumbled upon in my research. So as we know, the radio spectrum is used in a lot of telecommunication services. It's also used in aeronautical broadcasting. In police also uses it, and also ambulance. So a lot of services and devices are using it, and because of that, there's a lot of interference created between those devices. So I also really wanted to dig deeper in this aspect of interference and frequencies, and kind of bring my installation in a kind of schizophonic effect. So a schizophonic effect is something related to sound when you try to pile up a lot of different sounds in one body, and then this body can just not withstand all of this sound, so it just explodes. So the kind of explosion effect is probably going to be visible in my installation, as I'm going to show you a bit later. So my research outline is I want to present my installation as a schizophonic body which confuses the viewer but at the same time entertains him. I used different tools in order to investigate the radio spectrum and collect my data. So tools like FM radios. So the FM radios are just the most normal types of radios that you can find in your car or in your house that you use or maybe don't, because yeah, I mean, it's radio, not everyone uses that. Also shortwave radios. These are radios which are able to catch different frequencies across different continents, because they use specific waves in order to, they catch specific waves which normal radios are not able to catch, as well as having access to a radio telescope in the north of the Netherlands, where I went in order to record sounds from astronomical objects. And after that, I created an archive of many, many sounds that I've split into 3 parts. So in the end, my installation is a 6 square meter hyper-local radio station, which is composed out of 3 radio satellites. So the first one broadcasts FM waves, the second one short waves, and the third one sounds from astronomical objects. And these stories have been collected, yeah, as I said, from local radios, from international radio stations, and from different objects in the sky. So the first radio satellite is called the Murmur on the Edge of the Horizon. And the sounds which it broadcasts were found from 88 to 108 megahertz. And these are just your most normal types of waves that you can listen to everywhere. So because this type of radio, it broadcasts FM sounds, these type of FM sounds, they're traveling in a straight line. So for example, they cannot go beyond the horizon. They can only reach a radius of around 100 kilometers. So they cannot go beyond the other points of the Earth because of the curvature. So being in Arnhem and being able to collect only local data, I was able to catch different stations from different radio stations around. So for example, Radio Helderland, WDR3 Das Kultur Radio, which is a German station, because yeah, Germany is really close to Arnhem, or RTV Arnhem. So a lot of random stations from which I recorded sounds and then made a soundscape out of these sounds, and that soundscape is being played from the first radio. The next type of wave that I want to present you is the shortwave propagation, and that is my second radio satellite called Reflected Voices from the Ionosphere, which are recorded from 1 till 30 megahertz. So these type of waves are actually interacting with the ionosphere. So they're going from the Earth and then going up into the sky and then bouncing back to the Earth on another totally different point. So for example, if a radio signal is broadcasting, is transmitting from America, let's say, it goes up into the sky and then it lands back, let's say, in China or any other distant point on the Earth. So I managed to catch really a lot of stations among like Romanian stations, Chinese stations, stations from France or from Iran even, or Kuwait or America. So there's really a lot out there. And these type of radio waves you can only catch at the sunrise or at the sun dawn, because when the sun sets or when the sun just appears, there's a specific layer in the ionosphere which allows the waves to propagate better. So I went a lot of times in the evening across the other side of the bridge to record a lot of sounds, because it's also a quite empty area, so the waves are propagating really well. And the third type of waves are astronomical radio waves, packed into my third radio called Celestial Whispers, located from 3 to 30 gigahertz, 3 megahertz to 30 gigahertz. And these astronomical radio waves I have collected at a radio telescope in the north part of the Netherlands. I came in contact with some really nice guys working there. They're actually volunteers. So they have worked in different fields like science, astronomy, or physics. So after they retired, they just decided to volunteer for the radio telescope, because the radio telescope now doesn't like work for specific missions. It more has an educational purpose. So because of that, they allow different students and people who are interested in radio waves and astronomy to conduct different experiments. So I was able to record 5 types of waves. So radio waves coming from 3 constellations, Taurus, Cancer, and Orion. Radio waves coming from a pulsar. A pulsar is a dying star which emits pulses, therefore electromagnetic energy. So I was able to catch that. And also noise coming from the sun, all of which are located on 400 megahertz. And I had this really immense sound archive at the end. As I said, I have split it into the 3 type of waves. So in the end, I ended up with the 3 soundscapes around 20 minutes each. And then these 3 soundscapes were put into 3 audio sources, and then 3 transmitters were plugged into each of those audio sources. And at the end, the transmitters were broadcasting the waves in the ether, so within the radio spectrum. And my radios, the radio satellites, were able to catch these specific waves. So these are some parts of how I actually constructed them. So in the beginning, I had 3 exactly the same types of radios that I've collected from different people across the Netherlands. So I had to travel every weekend to get them from some people that don't use radio anymore, and that was actually quite fun, because then they just ask you like, why would you need this radio? And yeah, for another project, like you wouldn't understand that. And then I deconstructed the radios, I took them apart, I only left the electronical hardware components, and I have made them into my own radio satellites. And this is how the station actually looked. I added also the element of light, because it kind of brings you back to the ionospheric layer, which I really wanted to kind of have in my installation, to kind of bring the ionosphere for the people to understand how is it to feel inside it. And I would like to show you a video of my documentation of the installation, and I will kind of point to where the sound changes. In the first part of the video, you will hear the FM sounds, so sounds from the first radio satellite. In the second part of the video, you will hear the shortwave sounds from the international broadcasts. And in the third part, you will hear the astronomical sounds, so sounds coming from celestial objects. So there you go.
Heeft zijn liedjes en de wet heeft zijn schel. De par heeft zijn pietjes en de frika zijn bel. De Signo heeft zijn Rita en de Vita heeft zijn Min en de Horst heeft zijn Pita en de Mando zijn Lin. La 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 la. la 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 la, je ne sais quoi, la 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 la, mais c'est quelque chose. Et ça, la 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 la, la 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 la, je ne sais quoi, la 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 la.
Second part, the international sounds, the second radio satellite. Broadcast. So someone was transmitting a lot of like intense, dramatic sounds from a prayer on air, which I was able to catch. It's actually quite creepy if you randomly listen to it. Now you will hear the sounds from the third radio satellite, so from the sun and constellations and the pulsar. It's mostly noise though. Yeah, that was it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sabina. Yeah, I mean, I've always loved this work. I love so many things about the aesthetic, the experience. What else I really do love about the way you talk about it and all the research. And I really feel like I'm in some kind of NASA lecture. I feel like I understand much better the ionosphere now.
Yeah, yeah.
This live entity that's invisible, but it's all around us. Audience, questions? Yes, there's a question there. Can we have a mic?
But I can do it like this.
Okay.
I came up with the technical, because you needed to know a lot of things about technical devising and connecting things to build a radio. This,
yeah.
Seems really
Can you repeat it for the live stream?
Yes, of course. Hi. So I was sorry again. I was pretty impressed by it because it has nothing to do. I mean, it has a lot to do maybe with art and design, but also a lot with technical aspects. So how do you know these things? This is just really. Did you study something else before, or did you have a lot of help?
Really. No, actually, I've been fascinated with radio from my first year, so I kind of started doing small projects continuously. And yeah, YouTube tutorials actually, it really helps. But yeah, it fucks up with your brain because then there's a lot of technical parts which you don't know, like you don't know where to buy that, or you don't know how to connect them together, how to solder it. So I needed to reach out to a lot of, to quite a bit of artists that also work with radio in their work. So I kept contacting them like, hey, what kind of device do I need to buy, or where do I need to go, or like, yeah, it's all about, I think, networking in a sense that other people know more about your subject anyway, so it's always better to get in contact with them. Maybe they're not going to be able to answer all of your questions, but you're gonna get some answers in a way. So I would say tutorials and yeah, reaching out to people, that's the answer.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Just saying, what a coincidence. Any more questions from the audience? Yes, in the back. Mic coming your way. Yes.
I have a question about like the radio frequencies that you picked up were made by radios made by humans, and these are frequencies that we can hear. But I wonder about, do you maybe have an interest in frequencies that can maybe not be heard by the human ear? So, for example, animals that can pick up on, they have like a different wavelength in which they can hear. So maybe then there could be like different things picked up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually researched also a bit into frequencies that we're not able to hear, but those are actually harder to catch and record because you need like really technical and special equipment for that. So I decided not to really go into that. Like, let's play it a bit safe for my graduation project, but I was also very interested in the recordings of lightning, because usually you're not able to actually hear the electromagnetic frequencies from the lightning, but it's actually out there. But yeah, it all revolves around a lot of equipment, and yeah, it's kind of hard to get to that point if you're working in a limited amount of time. So it's really something that I would consider for the future. But yeah, for my graduation, I mostly focused on more accessible types of waves that are present within the spectrum. So yeah.
Ooh, now the questions are coming. Okay, let's try to keep it short. Handbal. Here.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to ask this very short, curious question. Is the things on the wings of the satellites, this sort of engraving?
Yeah.
Is it anything specific, or is it just aesthetic?
Yeah, those are actually the sound waves. So I kind of photoshopped it a lot, essentially, and then made a drawing out of them. So for each of these radios, they had their own specific engravings on the wings. So these are actually the kind of sound visualizations that I've edited a lot of times, and then laser cutted it. So yeah. One more question,
yes,
maybe?
Yeah.
Yes, so my question is that did you research something about doing a radio show or like going on air? Because I also researched a little bit. So like you have to have like a certification to put your voice in the air.
Mm.
Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, in order to broadcast, in order to transmit yourself, you need a license, and it's actually not that easy to get that license. So you need to know a lot of technical information and the rules that are existing within the spectrum, because you cannot broadcast anything. You need to kind of pick a specific frequency, and then you cannot just trash the spectrum with your random noise. Like, there's really a lot of regulations, and yeah, a license. I'm also planning to get it in the future, maybe in a few years. But if you use really low power transmitters like I used in my work, so they are like really tiny transmitters used in cars for broadcasting within your car. So those are so kind of hard to detect by the people in charge of that nobody's gonna say anything to you, because the station was only available to listen to within a radius of 6 square meters, so it didn't go beyond that. So because of that.
So for reasons of time and energy management, we're going to leave it here. I'm sure there's plenty of opportunity to talk to you in the coffee break or later. One more time, big round of applause for Sabina Scortanu.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker has quite a history already as a design manager in his own studio. He turned himself into, well, maybe more of an artist. He likes to work with code and turn code into poetry. He also really likes to work together, to collaborate with specialists in other creative fields. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm applause for Brendan Dawes. There you go.
Thank you. Lovely to be here, everyone. Love being in Holland. First time in Arnhem, been to Utrecht, been to Amsterdam, but really lovely to be here. And I've just been rained on the whole time I've been here, so it's great. It's like England. So this is me. My name's Brendan. I'm from the UK. I don't live in London. There are other cities outside of London. I live near Liverpool. And I have had a varied career of making things for like the last 25 years, mostly digital things. I'm a geek. I program things. I had a design agency for a while, for 12 years, and now I don't even have clients anymore. I'm just an artist. I've managed to embrace that term, though it gives me nightmares. So I want to talk about some of the things I've made, but also, quite rightly, the tools I use, why I use those tools, and how I'm, I like discovering new things all the time and playing with new tools. And I think the possibilities that gives us is amazing as human beings. I love Julie's sketch of the process was the best ever, but this is mine, which is kind of a similar thing. It's like, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing at the beginning, and I'm trying to get to this circle at the end, which is like this idea of perfection is like this cruel joke, right? So the thing in your head is like perfect, and the thing you actually make is like flawed. And I think practice and time and age is what I'm trying to do, is reduce that gap between the thing in my head and the thing I make. So that's why I practice every day and do what I do every day. So that's kind of my process, and it's as complicated as it gets. But I think it's also about combinations of things. I like making small things, but the power of those small things together becomes something bigger. So, and that really, I was doing that a long time ago before I got into design and art, because I used to have a record contract. There was a time in the 90s where I was slightly cool for like 5 minutes. And so I had like a record contract during the rave scene in Manchester. And this was me. It was only me. And I got a record contract with 3 Beat Music in Liverpool, who were like this cool, like indie record label. They had a record shop. And I took my cassette into this record shop. Oh, could you have a listen to this tape, please? And, I thought I'd never hear from them again. And then they called me up the week after and says, oh, we want to put your records out. I was like, oh my God, I've made it. This is it. So get the limousine. This is amazing. And I made £400. So it didn't change my life. I then had to get a job in a factory, and I was in a factory drilling holes in fiberglass for 8 years. So, which really focuses your mind to get the shit out of there. So anyway, so what I do, there's a bit of sound on this. So what I do now is kind of make lots of little things. And, I might wake, kind of like what Julie was saying about, I love the 15 minutes thing. And these are kind of like that, where I make random, stupid things that don't really do much, but they do one thing. So I might want to figure out, how do I wrap lines around a sphere? Or how do I make things move to music? Or how do I drive a robot around my kitchen floor? Or whatever it is, right? But there is no reason to make them apart from making them. I didn't have a brief. There is no one telling me to do it. I just make them because they're fun to do. But then the idea is I keep them in this virtual cupboard, like a hard drive or the cloud, wherever that is. And I keep them, and then I think maybe I can use them on projects later on. But it's the idea of combining them in different ways. And so the tools I've used over the years, a lot of software, as you would imagine, being a complete geek. So, processing, open frameworks, Python, lots of different things, lots of a mismatch of things, so command line stuff and Fusion 360, which I'm sure a lot of you have used, and, hardcore text editors like Vim, and then, I'm really into Houdini these days, and obviously AI and all these things that, I love to use, and it's the combination. I don't just use one of them, I use usually a combination of them. But why? Why are we doing it? That's always, I come back to that. It's like, well, it's great using these tools and making things, right, but what's the point of it all? And it's usually to, for me, it's to create objects and things that instill an emotional reaction from the person that interacts with it and sees it. This is one of my favorite ever photos. I created this machine called the Happiness Machine, which I'll show you in a minute. And we were doing this little exhibition in this tiny art gallery in Germany, in Munich. And while we were setting it up, these 3 lovely older women came along. Now, they're not into technology. They're not into Wi-Fi. They're not into the internet. They might be into the internet, actually. But they came along, and it was raining, And they were out there for like 10 minutes reading the content of what this printer does. And I looked at that and thought, that's a beautiful thing, right? They had no idea what this was, but they were fascinated by it and read it. And I thought, that's what, to me, art and design is about. It's trying to create this emotional connection, particularly art. So what did I make? Well, I made this thing many years ago. I was kind of a bit dismayed by the way we treat each other on the internet. You know, you forget that that person on the other side of that Twitter handle is a person, is a human being, right, with feelings. But we're kind of detached from that, and we get very angry and do knee-jerk statements. So I wanted to create a machine that was about happiness. So I built this thing out of a thermal printer connected to the internet over Wi-Fi, and it used this thing that's no longer there, I'm afraid, called We Feel Fine, and it had an API where you could query the internet for various things. So I did this version where it would find people talking about being happy or happiness generally, and I made this weird little machine. So there's some sound on this. Thanks. So what it does, it gives you press it, and it randomly goes on the internet, and it gives you a receipt of happiness from a stranger. And the point is here, I could have done it on an A4 printer, you know, easy to connect a printer up to anything, right? Not the dot matrix printers, but that's mind-blowing. But if I'd done an A4 printer, I would have basically just made a fax machine. No one gets excited about fax machines. No one has emotional connections to a fax machine. If you do, you're weird. Oh yeah. So this was like tiny. It was like a receipt, and you could hold it in your hands. And when you hold things in your hands, you become more emotionally connected to them. That was the whole point. It was cute. It was small. So this then went out on the internet, and it kind of caught fire for like a week, which is a long time in the internet. If you have a project that everyone talks about for a week, you've made it. So this was on loads of blogs and sites and on Wired and all kinds of things. And I just made this for myself, right? So then what happens is, so you do these things. This is a good way to, you know, garner clients. Make these personal projects, put them out into the world, because you never know who's going to see it. So I put this thing out there. It was just on my blog. And eventually Airbnb, so many mentions of Airbnb in this today. We should all just work for Airbnb. So I got contacted by Airbnb, and they said, we love your happiness machine, and we're doing this installation at the Sundance Film Festival in the States. We take over a whole house, and it's all about neighborhood, and could we, like, they basically wanted the printer for free. You know, to just go, oh, I would just bow down to the great Airbnb and just give them it. It's like, fuck that shit, right? So I've got bills to pay. So I said, it was very nice you got in touch, but why don't we do something better? So we came up with, so I did a whole like concept with 12 printers. I said, it's going to cost you this much. And what about if we get people to text message in stories about their neighborhood via SMS? And they really loved it. And I went, shit, right now, I had no idea how to use SMS in a printer. I'd never researched it. I just told them that was what I was going to do. So, and Sabina, you know, mentions, you know, YouTube is amazing. So, you know, how do I make, you know, fabricate a case? So you go on YouTube and then you learn how to use Fusion 360, which is amazing. And so I did this. So I made this, you know, case for the printer. And I already done electronic objects before, so I built, this is called Electric Imp, which is kind of like Arduino, but it's kind of built for huge scale, so you could make 1 million of these things and it would work. And it's all Wi-Fi. This is actually my dining room table, you know, so I don't have a massive studio or anything. So I made 12 of these printers. What I didn't realize when I budgeted this work, each one of these on my own printer took a day to print. So and you know, sometimes they failed, and so 12 days just to print the printers themselves. And then put it all together, but also little details like, you know, I wanted to make sure that the cables are fabric, they're not horrible plastic cables and things that connect to them. And so I went over to the Sundance Film Festival, we installed it. Now, being a cynical English guy, I thought no one would text message this thing, right? They would just go, this is shit, or, I've had a coffee, great. It's like, it was totally the opposite of that. They shared, you probably can see, like, some of these went on for pages. There were stories, they were really involved, they were rich. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So it taught me that give people these tools and they will surprise you. Hold back your cynicism and people will surprise you all the time. It's very easy to go, no one's going to do this, but actually give them a playground to play within and they will come up with the goods often. So this is the art director at the time, Christian from Airbnb, who was fabulous. You can tell he was an art director, his pants are too short. Yeah. So the thing is, I always think we've got to deviate from expected patterns, expected norms. It's kind of, this is like society and then what we expect to see. But if you create work that is different from that, the expectation, you obviously notice it because it creates like a bump in the expected. And so I love, talk a little bit about poetry. E. Cummings, this is like his whole anthology in one book. It's like you could kill someone with this book if you threw them at it. And this is not typo. This is like how he wrote some of his poetry. I have no idea how you say this, by the way, how you read this. But you know what I love? I love the fact that he did it. No, I love the fact that no one told him he couldn't do it. And this is in the 30s, by the way. So this is just made, with a typewriter and print. So I love all this. This is moving away from expectations, which you should be trying these things all the time. And this is John Cage. He did a book of musical notation that didn't look like musical notation. So, we know how musical notation looks like, right? But he was basically saying he's got all these examples from different composers, contemporary composers, that have written music down in a way that is very different to how we perceive music notation to be. So, I love that as a graphic by itself. But so these are all, crazy. I don't know if you can even play these things. I don't know. Maybe if you knew the system. So I love that that people make these things to go away from the norm. And I think we should be doing more of that. But I also, from my own personal mantra, I do a lot of work with data, but I'm not a data visualization person. So I'm more on I use it from an art material. But I believe that it's not about the data itself. Data needs poetry, and by what I mean by that is the space in between those data points is really, really important. That's what I try and amplify. So I want to show you one project that does that, hopefully. But before I get to that, it's very easy to obviously stand here and go, oh, it's all wonderful, all this work. I'm just happy all the time. And it's actually, the end of 2018, I was thoroughly depressed with my work. I thought it was all shit. And I really had a bad client experience at the end of 2018 where they signed off the work and then 2 weeks later they decided they hated it and I had to redo it all and people on the project left. It was a nightmare. So, and I got really quite depressed about it. And I thought, I'm also, for myself, I was using the same things that I'd always used. I was using the same tools. I was doing the same kind of methodologies and making the work, and I was bored. And so I thought, I need to reset. I need to reboot. I need to do new things and learn new things all the time. So for many years ago, I used software like Max MSP and things like that, where you connect nodes together to create the work. And I always thought it was a very futuristic way of making work. It felt powerful to me. It was sketchy. It was playful. And so I saw some of my peers using this thing called Houdini, and which I'm sure many of you use here. And it just spoke to me because it was like Max MSP, but on steroids. And it was, obviously it wasn't for live, but it was for rendered work. But I wanted to take my work to the next level. So over the Christmas period, I just did a deep dive into it. And if you know Houdini, you just never know the entirety of Houdini because it's so immense. But I just really connected with it as a product. And you create, these kind of diagrams, nodes, these graphs as they're called, to create the work. And then you can code with it as well. So I could code inside it to make it do other things. So you do, and then when you first fire up Houdini, you do things like this, because that's what you do. So what happened then was, I'd been a month using this thing and then I got a call from Trend Micro, these big cybersecurity company, billions of dollars of turnover, and they were doing this campaign called The Art of Cybersecurity, where they could commission 6 artists, of which I was going to be one, and I would take their data and they wanted me to make something beautiful with it. So that's all fine, but how do you communicate what you're going to do? And it comes down to being simple with stuff. So I realized what they were trying to do was, I wanted to show the individual attacks on the network. I wanted to show which kind of industry was being attacked, which you'll see in a minute. But then why are we stopping these attacks? Well, we're doing it so you can get on with your day. You can carry on being creative because your computer hasn't crashed, or you get that presentation done, whatever it is, right? So I needed to show that visually. So I started to play around with Houdini and throw in, I think there's 300,000 data points in here, and I would share these with a client. So you've got to have a client who comes with you, who's brave as well. So I would show them this and go, I'm just throwing 300,000 attacks, a mesh. What does it look like? Might look like that. Might look like that. I said, probably won't. I'm on the phone and presenting it to them. They're in Canada. But they were like, yeah, we really love this. No one's shown us our data like this. Of course, you can't read anything into that. That bit doesn't matter, by the way, from what I do. So you're doing all this, and you're playing, and you're making lots of things that fail, but sometimes things jump out at you that are interesting. And I love this quote from the brilliant Bridget Riley of how you go along, and you're accepting and rejecting certain things, and you're hoping that some things will jump out. This is a photograph I took at the Bridget Riley exhibition, and I just love how freaking close they are to that. It's quite amazing. It's like, what's going on there? So this is the most exciting slide of the whole presentation. So what I realized was, okay, they gave me all this data, and it was all in like silos of different industries, technology, manufacturing, transportation, blah, blah, blah. So I thought, I wonder if I could create a shape based on those words. Could I turn words into numbers, which then I can make shapes? So there's this thing in security systems called an MD5 hash, where you take that word and you run it through it, and it creates that string of numbers and letters on the right-hand side. But then what I realized, I could split that up into 8-bit numbers, and then I could transform them into these columns of numbers. So that gave me these columns of numbers that were unique to each word. And once I had that, I could make shapes in Houdini. So I started to make these shapes. Obviously, that's media, obviously. These are all different industries, right? And they're all unique. It doesn't matter that you don't know what they are. I don't care. And then it was like, well, I'm going to make this 4K animation at the end of it. How do I make it move? Well, because I was still learning Houdini, I thought, well, can I make a mask, like a spherical 3D mask, and then grow it? Well, you can. I now know better ways to do this, but at the time, it was like, it worked. It looks all right. So again, and these are all sketches, black and white, sharing with the client. And then it was like, okay, what does the data attacking the network look like? So I did this thing, and I showed them this, and they were like, oh, this is cool. I said, yeah, the only thing is, attacks are evil, right? And these look like they're going out nightclubbing. They look like, great, let's hang out with these people. And I don't want that. So I wanted to, it needs to look more evil. And they were like, yeah, we don't want it to have his disco pants on. So, and then I did this, which like scared the shit out of them. I was like, what is that? I said, well, it's like the creativity blooming, but it won't look like that because it's horrible and scary and ugly. And they're like, okay. So I now had these 3 elements, right? So then it was like another experiment. I've got, okay, we've got the threats, we've got the network, and then we've got creativity, and this is still ugly as hell. So then in the end, I made these images that would then go on to be used in print and conferences, online, on the web, various things. And with it being in Houdini, I could really zoom in and do all these compositions. But this is all born from the data. So everything you see on that network is a data point. But the main thing was I was going to make this animation. And, you know, so another tool I use, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called pencil and paper. So I made, you know, a storyboard, you know. I could have used like a storyboard software or something, but I just, you know, sketched it out. This is what's going to happen, you know, because it also focuses it in my mind of how it's going to go. And there's sound on this, so I made this. It's only half an hour long. No, it's 30 seconds. This is the representation of the creativity, of course. And at this point, you notice the threads are black, and then they start to get. You'll see that they become white because they wanted them to be neutralized. This used to be a spreadsheet at one point. So that was the main video I made for it, and then I ended up doing quite a few pieces of work for Trend Micro. But the main point I want to make with this work is that, you know, when we talk about deviation from expected practices, is that when you think about a cybersecurity company in the video you think they were going to make, it would probably be on a black background. It would have some techno music. It would be like really macho and in your face. And I was like, I am not going to do that. I'm going to have like a Philip Glass type music track. It's going to be on a whiter background. It's going to be lightness of touch. It's, you know, it's going to be more beautiful than just in your face and scary. I didn't want it to be scary. And that made it stick out when they do these huge conferences in person. People were coming up to it and going, what the hell is that? Because it didn't look like anything else. So how am I doing on time, Hendrik? Yeah. So let's talk about a little bit about print. I do some print stuff. So field notes. Anyone have field notes? Know what field notes is? Do you know, it's a notebook system that's been going quite a few years now in the States, created by Aaron Draplin and Jim Koodle. And I've always had a secret bucket list in my head I've always wanted to do. They do like these quarterly special editions that are designed by different people. And I've always wanted to do one. And I know Jim Koodle. And I thought, I can't just email him and go, Jim, can I make one day? You know, I just played it cool. And then eventually, I think just over a year ago, he got in touch and he said, because of digital technology, so there's another, you know, tools, you know, digital press technology, we can make a cover that's different. And could you make 99,999 different unique generative snowflakes? And of course, you just say, yeah, by the way, just say yes. When anyone says to you, just say yes. And Houdini has this amazing thing. It's called the procedural dependency graph, PDG. And it blew my mind when I discovered this was possible. And so how it works is you have all these parameters of how you might make a snowflake, but how do you make almost 100,000 unique ones? So Houdini has this thing called a PDG where you can set those parameters. So maybe you have the beta parameter and there's 100 different variations that you can set. You then feed that into another parameter as the alpha parameter, and then you've got 100 of those, right? And so now, or 200 or 20. And so you've now got 2,000 of these things. They're all unique, by the way. So, and then it goes on and on and on and on. So you end up with this thing that's automated based on your system, and then it'll spit these things out. Now, generating 99,999 renders is not trivial. So we thought this is not going to, we can't afford to spend money on a render farm that, you know, makes this work. So we decided instead to make it bitmap and black and white, because Houdini doesn't just do render, it can do 2D graphics as well. So, and again, I was learning this stuff as I went along. So, and the end result was this. So each notebook was unique. And it's all because of the technology of digital printing presses. But the staples were, you know, the little details, the staples were white, the grid inside was little tiny snowflakes, and each one was numbered, and it sold out, which was nice. And the reason there's 99,999 is because they come in a 3-pack. That's why there's not 100,000, okay? So, yeah. Which is a bit weird, but so there you go. So each one's unique. But again, because of the technology, the tools, it allowed me to be even able to attempt this, a generative art thing, on a print press. So just one final thing. You probably can't read this, but this is an amazing quote from Virginia Woolf about embracing what is new, and it's also, but it's terrifying and it's unidentified. And I'm a big Virginia Woolf fan. So a lot, you know, AI is being used a lot now. Stability, you know, Midjourney, DALL-E 2, stability diffusion. So this was one before I got into that. You know, there's this AI where it can strip out human figures in photos. I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, but how can I use it a bit differently? So this is the fight scene from the end of Kill Bill Volume 1. I thought, can I run through an AI to strip out all the human figures and then use that in some way? So I made this, which is called Black Mamba's Revenge. So that is the entire sequence of Kill Bill, Volume 1 at the end. So this is where, you remember she cuts off someone's arm at the beginning? That's that bit. So there's a lot of blood. So, and it's really super abstract. I'm not interested in real life. It's shit. So I'm interested in abstract things. You know, I don't want to recreate real life. Why do you want to do that? So, so yeah, and that became, you know, that's now been a work that's been collected, and I've done other things like that. So then I got the opportunity to be part of an auction at Sotheby's, and I had this idea of creating 5 works. Based on some of the stuff, that AI stuff, stripping people out of scenes. So I had this idea of the Pandora variations. So it used the theme of Pandora. And this was during the pandemic, of course. So I thought it was interesting that Pandora, what people forget is, after all the evils of the world are released, what's left at the bottom of the jar is hope. So I thought it'd be a good theme for a thing. So I was introduced to someone who's now a friend, Charlotte Edmonds, who was a principal dancer at the Royal Ballet, who's now a freelance choreographer. And I also work with Logan Nelson, who is a musician in LA, who wrote the music for the morning show on Apple TV, as well as some other things. And we all got together to collaborate. I don't know why the video's like that, it's weird. There's some sound on this, sorry. So these are like sketches that Charlotte would send me as, like, you know, everyone sketches, right? Even if it's dance, she still sketches. So she's exploring different forms. So then it turns into, so I then take that with Logan's music, and this is Jealousy. So, you know, you can see that jealousy is like this bad emotion, and she's being held down by it. I won't play it all, but you can see behind the scenes this is hatred. But you notice there's no mocap or anything. You know, so my approach is very simplistic. You know, it's essentially the AI cut her out, and then I just took it from there in Houdini. So this is very jaggedy. It's not smooth, and so that work was all. It got auctioned at Sotheby's and to this collector in Switzerland. So now with AI, the things I'm now exploring, you know, stable diffusion is really interesting. All those where you put prompts and it creates work, but I'm interested in combining it with the work that I do, creating particle systems or whatever. You know, how can I transform it? So there, you know, there's Black Mamba's Revenge, but you can put it through an AI and make it like flowers or whatever, you know. So these are the kind of stuff that I'm exploring, you know, or the work you saw earlier, taking my work and then augmenting it with different prompts and things like that, I think is interesting. And it's, again, another part of your toolkit, another tool to explore. You know, mushrooms, I don't know, one for the psychedelics in the room. But yeah, you can see how, you know, you saw the original work and now I can augment it like that. And I'm working with animation on that now. So finally, one of the things I'm working on right now is I had a call from someone, a friend of mine, and he said, Brendan, could you make a generative film engine, a documentary film engine that is different every time you watch it? I said, I'll give it a go. So I used Touch Designer, and I used the footage that he sent me. And that person was Gary Huswit, who did Helvetica, Objectified, Urbanized, and the recent Dieter Rams film. So we started this project a few years ago, and he gave me the Dieter Rams footage to play around with. And we've been playing around with this engine. And then he eventually tells me that the reason I was doing it, because Gary has been buttering up Brian Eno to do a documentary with him, and now it's all been signed off, and so that's what we're working on now, this documentary with Brian Eno that will have a generative component that we're going to present in Venice, I think in October this year. I've recently done the posters for it, which will come out. I can't show you, unfortunately, but they come out next month with Michael C. Plass at Studio Build. So it's really great to work with these people, but here's the trailer that they did some music on this. Thanks. Brian Eno is definitely a big C, for sure. That's due to come out in October this year, so there's a lot of work being done on the minute. I'll leave you with some of this. Do things you don't know how to do. This is my manifesto to myself. It's a screen print. Don't compare yourself to others. Put work out there that deserves to exist. Explore the scraps on the cutting room floor. Create environments for others to play within. And embrace naivety. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. That was amazing. Brian Eno documentary. Like, thank you. I gotta see that. Wow. Questions, dear audience. Are we still as baffled as I am?
Usually are.
Give people tools, and it will surprise you.
Yeah.
You've surprised me, at least.
Good.
So, okay.
I have a question.
Yes. Oh.
The mic.
The lady with the mic.
Yeah, Patricia.
I have a question about the generative aspect and kind of like the connection between all the different software programs that you're using, because you mentioned already before thinking in terms of nodes and creating through nodes. Jumping from one software to the other or learning yourself Houdini from Max
MSP. Is that something that came natural to you because you are interested in those generative coding, or is that something that really takes a lot of intense labor?
No, I think. Well, but there are you hear a lot of stories about when people open up Houdini, they cry and laugh it, shut it down, and it's like because they're just overwhelmed by it. The key is, I think, with any of those things. Well, I'll tell you a very quick anecdote. I was trained as a sound engineer at one point, right? So those mixing desks that you see, and you go in, and you go, wow, this is what? How do you even operate that? It's amazing. And then someone says to you, yeah, but all those channels are the same. It's just repeated. You only need to know one channel. And you go, because it looks overwhelming, right? But then people say, oh, it's just the same all the way across. So I think software's a lot like that a lot of the time, is that, you just start small. I would say to somebody, just create a sphere. And, and the way I use Houdini is I forgot that it was 3D software. I don't use the icons, the tools. I use it in the node way, which a lot of people do, I think. And that, to me, became simpler. I kind of simplified the interface. I turned lots of things off. I tried Blender once. I know I think it's a lot more user-friendly now, but that made me cry. So, it depends what you connect with. And I think because I'd done Max MSP, I understood the workflow a little bit, maybe. Yeah. But I think it's just starting small, because you build up from that. Anyone else? Are we good?
More question? Yes.
I have a small question.
Yeah.
I got told once.
The lady at the mic is coming your way. There she is.
Yeah, in our education, I got told once that I was always finding kind of new mediums to try out, but I got told to kind of pick a couple mediums and to master those, but you seem to find new ones and kind of to stay an amateur each time you make work. What is your vision on that?
Yeah, no, well, I have a lot of respect for... I was talking to Thomas before, and he was saying about the goat guy who took the goat apart. He specialised in kneecaps. That was it. He just did kneecaps, right? And I thought, well, wow, isn't that amazing that one person dedicates his life to the study of kneecaps, right? So I have a lot of respect for people like that. But for me, I get bored easily, so... And I'm fascinated by it's like a sweet shop, isn't it? It's like there's all these new tools. I think where it can, you can get distracted by tools a lot of the time in that you never actually make anything because I'll just try that one. Now I'll try this one. I think that's the danger. So with the AI stuff, I'm concentrating on that now. I'm trying to really drill down into that. But, that might be a few months and then I'll move on, and combine it with other things. So... yeah, it can be dangerous to just constantly be switching tools and you've never actually done anything with either of them. But if you can combine them, that's where the power is, I think. So it's a combination of things, I think. Yeah.
Becoming multidisciplinary.
Yeah, I think someone once said to me, generalists will save the world, not specialists. Whether that's true, I haven't spoken to that person for about 5 years, so I don't know. But, yeah.
And maybe it's also not one thing that works for all.
Exactly.
Different things work for different people. So I think it's good to figure out your own strategy.
Definitely. Yeah, Luna.
Question here by Luna.
So I was wondering, when you work in this generative art field and also with AI, Stable Diffusion, when do you, because you switch a little parameter, you make a little different prompt, you get a new thing.
Yeah.
Everything all seems evenly wonderful, almost. So when do you stop? When do you think this is good or wrong or right? Because, this is, to me, also the problem, you could say, because it's endless.
Yeah, it is endless. Well, it used to be, the things that made you stop was time and money. But when you're working for yourself, you don't necessarily have that same... You still have deadlines, I guess, from art shows or whatever. But I think... a key is quite great question is curation. You've got to, I look at I'm doing a project at the moment, I've got thousands of I could just keep going and going, right? But then I'm really hypercritical of like, okay, which are the really good ones? But yeah, I think also it's about concept as well. You know, a lot of people are having this discussion right now about stable diffusion and all those kind of things. But a lot of these things you see there's no concept there. They're just pretty images, right? So for me, that doesn't really do it for me. So I have to, I think, curate, and there has to be a reason to make that thing, you know, beyond the playing part. So that's how I do it, yeah. So, but you can just keep going and going forever, for sure. And that can be quite addictive and time-consuming. And you go, well, the day's just gone by. What happened, you know? So you've got to be a bit careful, I think, yeah.
And what if we reverse the question, not from, let's say, where does it end, but how do we start? I'm sure there's people in the room who may be like, well, I would like to do something myself, but where to start? Like, do you have an advice?
Yeah. So I personally love Stable Diffusion because it's open source and you can install it on your own computer if your computer is powerful enough. And there's lots of YouTube videos of how to do that. There's a thing called Automatic 1111, which is a web UI for Stable Diffusion, and you can hack it. So highly recommend that. You can do the command line version, but I would recommend most people use the web version, which again you install on your own machine. It's amazing what you can do with that. So start there. But as usual, YouTube is your friend. Yeah.
As we heard before.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brendan Dawes.
Thank you.
And for us, it's time to have a little bucket coffee. Let's have some coffee and be back here in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everybody, after a coffee break. And we continue with a wonderful program. And I feel that maybe in this afternoon the energy is a little bit sinking because it's a full day. But stay with us because we have two more amazing presentations. The first one is of a person who really likes to build his own analog tools. We've seen quite a lot of digital tools already, but he makes like really wonderful analog painting tools. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of applause for Mr. Thomas Trum.
I have the feeling there is an empty row. It was not before. Hello, I'm Thomas, the second Thomas of today. I studied in Eindhoven. My sister is a teacher here. Maybe not this year, but she's from Team Thursday. So maybe that's my connection to Arnhem as well. In Eindhoven, you have to design a chair. So this was my royal chair I designed. I was always, I was a student, but I was always having a double life. So I was also a painter within graffiti, but also within a normal contractor. So this is me during my graduation, and I tried to combine everything I did into one project. So in this project, I made use of the power of the uniform. So I was not allowed, or I was not hired. So I thought, let's put on a white suit and a white van, and then let's see what I can do. So I tried to recolor stuff that was not maintained well, by my opinion. So if I go back, this was full of dicks and gray, and I don't like gray. And then I tried to do a project outside of the academy within the Netherlands, and I come up with more than 30 spaces I repainted. But then the project was out there, not in school. I could not present it, only I had pictures. And with the help of Team Thursday, they designed this publication. It was a big book printed on posters that you use to print, paste on the wall. It's a blue back. This was graduation, and then I was really thinking, okay, let's go paint more, but what would I like to paint? Not only a color on the wall. And I was very interested in tools. So, I don't know, 50 years ago, graffiti, New York, and I saw a video, subway art, I guess, where guys find an aerosol spray can, and then they find a spray cap from a cleaner, and then they combined it, and it was the golden combination to make this fat cap or skinny cap or whatever. And nowadays you can go to the store and then you can buy everything. Everything is pre-designed before you to become a graffiti artist or whatever. So I want to work within this, in this spectrum, I guess. This is the work I made last year. I was very happy about, so I thought, okay, now you know what I made, what was my focus for the last 5 years, maybe more. This is a market drawing. It's my size. There is no relation. You can't see it, but it's like this big. I make paintings on walls, but also on objects. This is a skate pool. And the funny fact here was it's still surface, but there is a, how do you say it? It's like curved. So you have to work not flat, but curved in the way like I want to make a sculpture, but I still want to draw or whatever. Yeah, so I'm not sure what happened here, but this was my studio like 5 years ago. And it was a 50 square meter studio. So for me now that's very small. I will explain later. And I'm in the wall you see drawings, like 1 meter sized drawings. And back then I was really like, if I wanted to make a drawing, my heart started pumping more, and I was like, okay, where's the failure part? And I started to do next level much trial and error process. So I made small drawings and then I tried to make them big. So here you see my wall in the studio, but yeah. It was a practice for a wall painting series I did at the New Institute in Rotterdam. And this is also the marker. And then for the first time, I made use of the skylift to implement it also within what can I do, how high, how big does it work. So this is a drawing of 4 lines. Okay, I have a video later that explains a bit how this works. So this is my studio now. So this is I have now 2 studios. This is the 150 square meter studio that is with a heating system. That's very handy when you work with paints. And my work becomes bigger, and I think that's my studio becomes bigger. There is a similarity in how does this work. So my focus was, here you can see the process I worked on, how many? 12 drawings. And you can see there are some similarities or mirrored images or where there's the circle meet, but there is no circle. And this is, oh yeah, now it starts running. So this is one of the first bigger paintings I made, and the size of the painting is the size of my body, so I could reach like all parts. And here you see, yeah, the choreography, how it works. And I document everything, but I don't care how, so I just use my telephone, and then this is a database over 1,000 videos I have. Yeah. And you can really see the sketch. The sketch is small, it's on top, and then I think my assistant was also, it's my girlfriend, who was helping with the hairdryer to speed up the process. And then in the meantime, I was also working on an exhibition in Den Haag with Lieve Hendricks. He's also in Arnhem. I don't know if you know him, painter. We had a duo show there, and I was really keen of making an installation on site and not putting a painting or a picture on the wall. And this was a wall painting. I think it's 4.5 meters high, so it's quite big. So the process to get there is a lot of trial and error. So once again, in the studio, I really tried, and this video is about like, okay, how is the line flowing? So how is the geography? So how do I have to come up with where should be a ladder, where I should be on top? As you can see, it's quite warm. I guess it's like 40 degrees in the summer in my studio. But it doesn't look really properly, but it's only to practice like how is the movement going. Oh, and then this is the production on site. But yeah, what you don't see is that this is a video of, or a capturing a moment of 15 minutes maybe, where I apply constant pressure on the wall. So my body is also getting hurt in a way. So I have one option. How do you say? I have one chance, and then I have to take rest for 2 days because my muscles hurt. So that's why I want to. I also started going to the gym to gain a bit more strength. But that's why I practice a lot to try to master something. So the scaffolding was a bit sketchy because you have to also, yeah, I don't know. We found this machine, it's a skylift again, and this works really nice. So at this point, it's a bigger painting, but the painting was, yeah, I need the skylift for the painting. So in a way, I really choose the tools, and the tools also become the work. So I make the tools that make the work. And then Mieke was really feeling the pressure, like, we have one chance. And she was moving the car, and then, okay, let's go down. And then she went up, and then, okay, let's go, you know? Really nice that you... So a few years before, I was only by myself working, but now that it becomes so big, I cannot do it by myself, or I need a third arm. So maybe that would be nice to design a third arm, but that's a bit too technical for me, so let's try to work with 2 people. And I think 2 years ago, it really starts to get bigger. I had a commissioned question from an architect, like, can you make a wall painting in an outside situation over 12 meters? And we like to be the piece in one line, in one go. Yeah, and that was not possible. But in 2 lines, it was possible. So this is the situation. But there was a pole in the way, of course. It's in the winter. It was like 5 degrees. It was horrible. And there are a lot of elements in this. So you see the line is a bit happening. I don't know how you say this. There are some white spots appearing, but I allow all these kind of mistakes. It's not a mistake, but there was a, yeah. It's nice that it captures time as well. So when I work in my studio, I try to work on a portrait-sized format, but because I think that's really nice for you as a spectator to relate to. But when it becomes bigger, then of course, this is not possible, you know? This is possible, but this is more what you see here appearing the option. So I was thinking this can be digged out more. This can be going, I mean, how to get it bigger and bigger. So, okay. In Den Bosch, we have a big carnavalsvereniging, and I happen to know a guy who was in the board of a carnavalsvereniging, and he said, yeah, I have a big studio. I think later is a better picture. Maybe this is something for you. So the really nice thing about this studio is the floor, because you see it's like a smooth floor, and we now start to work on the floor like this. So you see the marker, we walk on it. Yeah, I have the feeling I can tell a lot of things, a lot of stories about my work, but I try to focus on the tool. But I'm not sure if you understand what is this, but it's actually a piece of felt that can make a line that is almost consistent, you have seen in the pictures, other than a brush. And that, yeah, what is this? Okay. So now the line, the marker becomes even a different kind of tool because I'm working on the floor, and this is like not healthy for a long period of time. And also how to work on a bigger sized marker. This marker is like 2.5 meters, I guess. The format you see is 4 by 5 meters on a canvas. It's on a canvas because it's the most practical way. You can work on pieces of plaster, but that will break. I showed you, but I didn't watch, but I've myself. But I think we are here with 3 people. And if you look closely, I put a lot of weight, the buckets of paint, and they put the pressure for me. Oh no, it's only with 2 people, yeah. Okay, so this is the studio. It's 2,000 square meters, ridiculous. It's really leaking on all sides. It's now really cold inside, but I really like making a big piece in a big space because, yeah, it's weird, this kind of scale, but it's really interesting. This is not really... Yeah, this is also a commissioned piece I did for Leolux. Leolux is a furniture brand in Venlo. And this piece is, I think, 4.5 by 6 meters. A diptych. It's a drawing made out of 2 lines, but then made out of 2 the same drawings, and that makes one work. I don't know if that makes sense, but I have no pictures of installations. I thought I only do studio views. And here you see the work in the back. I was, yeah. But I also do different stuff. So all the marker drawings you have seen, I maybe could have done them 100 years ago, because it's really like felt and like aquarelic paint, so it's really an old system, but I really also like new systems, more technically involved systems. This is a video I made, I don't know, a few years ago about one line that changes color. It was just a test that came out like, wow, this really is interesting. I put it on Instagram when the algorithm was a bit more nice, and it was viral for like 1 week. Really interesting as well, growth and people, and well, can you do this? Well, it's just a test. This should not be on the canvas, it's just big and on a wall. Here you can see a test for, it's one color changing line. Yeah, whatever. Here's an intern from Team Thursday. I think she studied here. I don't know her name anymore. This is in the Kunsthal, where I could paint the outside-inside situation. Yeah, beautiful building, and I try to copy the lines of Rem Koolhaas, because if you look close in the concrete, they said he made with a brush the lines for the structure. And I have this amazing machine that is made for road marking. So it's a pump that can spray like super heavy paints without touching the surface. So it's a sprayer. Yeah, and what I did, I made a few color changing lines, and then you can see it copies the floor. It's really lovely. And then I went up the same angle, but then again, this is also, the actual moment takes like 2 minutes, and the failure of one particle in the paint that clogs up the whole machine is, yeah, it's a big chance of happening. Okay, this is a video with bad sound, so maybe I don't like this sound on the video. But then again, I tried the whole setting in my studio over and over to really find the design to come up with, but also where is a problem, or yeah. And again, I'm on bare feet. I don't know what's happening. And you see some papers on the wall. So I try to collect also material tests in each test, because I do a lot of tests over and over, so my wall is like 1 centimeter thick of paint over and over. I try to take parts out of it, and then to not forget what I'm doing, because, yeah. So the machine could make perfectly straight lines, and I was thinking, okay, how can I combine this with the other marker techniques, but also visuals that are happening? Okay, let's try to make a looping. Look at my face, I'm like super excited. Because this is so we had this plan, and then one of my neighbors is good with welding and with electrics. So he made me this machine. No, he made the adjustments for me to work, that it works. And we used fire extinguisher hose system that you can put something under pressure but still can rotate. This was the first looping I ever did in my studio, and I was like, whoa, yeah. This was probably the best one. And you cannot see the like fog and mist, but it was really like, I was really standing like, whoa, really covered in small. I look at my arm, yeah. And then within 1 hour, my studio looks like this. And then it's, I don't know, but then okay, what happens if you start walking and do a line? Oh, you get a more loopy line. And then this comes out. So there is always a relation between very technical and very, how do you say this, more old kind of technique. So you can do one line going over without, touching the previous trace. So And then once again, I want to try how can I put them next to each other. So this was at a gallery in Amsterdam, where I presented for the first time this kind of flowy, loopy line series. And then I wanted to try to have something big and on site. So I didn't put a video of me. That's bad, because this one was really nice. I was walking with the machine up and down, it's almost like a calligraphy style of making loops. And last year I had a show in New York. That was really nice, because in New York they really like everything big and bright, and they invited me like, oh, can you come over with the sprayer and do everything? So they put the big sprayer in the airplane, and fuck. But that was really nice. So this is a picture of it, where I tried to combine a piece that I made in the studio that really fits for me on a piece that you can move, because there is a kind of concentration to it, like perfectly, how do you say, the structure of the white canvas. I try to control everything, and then there is this loop that goes over the gallery. It goes over the door, and weird stuff happening. This was a 12-meter long piece, 5 meters high, super big. In one go, so a color-changing looping line. But it's also in one, that's bad, it doesn't go back. But this is the limit of the machine. You can see the rotational part is really on top, and there are some parts when the machine comes here. You see it jams for a second, but I think that gives a kind of a richness to it. Yeah, I don't know. Here, this is what I mean. So I started from this side, and here this line is crisp, but then on the way something happens and some particle goes in, and you get this kind of, I don't know, but the disruption of the line, but I think it's nice and it's more drippy. And I sometimes wish I had more drips in my work, that you can feel the paint more, but okay. Yeah, that was like last year, and at the moment I'm working on a new tool. Look at this, it's amazing. So the gun the paint gun is like super expensive. All parts are made to work on very high pressure. Like you can paint a wall, a space like this in half an hour, but of course you won't paint this, but imagine this would be white. But all parts are very expensive, and in the agricultural sector, parts are very inexpensive. So the handle costs maybe 500 euros, and this purple thing costs €1, the tip. And it gives this perfect circle, and then I fall in love on this, and I dive in, and I don't know what comes out. So this normally is behind the tractor to go on the land to spray crops with pesticides. And then I think, maybe that's over, so maybe we should find a new solution. Of course, it's not over, but, farmers are very creative in a way, I guess. So this was the second test. The first test you see, now the second test I tried to spray over. Trial and error, that's really what I love doing. And once again, it's really raining on me with particles of paint. And then it stops, and then I don't know why. So I tried to figure out. And then this was a week later, I guess. Start. You can already see a weird attempt of the brown color. I tried to come up with an orange going into red or purple, but it melted into this brown. I don't know. So here I put all the spray tips on a wooden stick, and then I don't care about the tool, how does it look, but it should work. But this, of course, didn't work. It did work. The pressure was consistent in a way, but then my line was not really consistent. So I hope this is yes, machine. Now you can see in the back is the touring car of the Carnavalsvereniging. And I'm working on a museum show opening in March, and I want to work with this tool, but before I can use this tool in a museum, I want to know what it's capable of doing, and I want to know where is a chance of failure, or can it explode, or... So at this step I implemented wheels with some weight, that the line is more straight. And then I did a color change. And then the color comes from the bottom and the top, so you can see there is a slightly arrow occurring. And also I built a corner on the right side, because it's almost like a printer. And what I can do with this tool is I can go over a space that is, you can work over corners, and with the arm, the loopy arm, of course you cannot go over a corner. So that is, what you see here is I try to get all kinds of ingredients and then try to melt them into in one colorful party. And I want to end with this slide. I love them. No, this was, well, I'm working in a kind of abstract field, you know. A lot of friends maybe don't understand what I'm doing, but when this was on the news, everybody called me like, whoa, what is this? And then I was like, whoa, now you understand? No, I don't know what you understand, but now you like this? Okay, whatever. But this is really nice. This was during the pandemic, was Euro Song Festival, and a lot of people in the Netherlands watched this TV program. And then in the break there was a meeting of them, like, oh, stay strong and stay safe from home. Yeah, because I have a painting in their kitchen, and I'm very proud on that, but yeah, not everybody is keen of the king. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Who was this cute couple?
Nice.
Who were they?
Maxima.
Oh.
I don't know. It's the king, right?
Oh. Maybe some explanation for people who don't know.
Yeah.
That was amazing. I'm still like my eyes are still kind of feasting on those depth of colors, but also the physicality that you bring into the making process.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my sister is a bit older, and when I saw her putting up her own business, sitting her behind the desk, I was like, where are the materials? You know, where is the paint where you make this design within graphic design? Or, oh no, we need a computer, and okay. So I tried to do it different, and I rarely sit down.
You need sisters for that, to kind of show you a way
Maybe.
that you do something
Maybe,
different.
yeah. But I really like. Yeah.
Actually, I have a I'm sure people in the audience have a question, but also have a very practical question. In the beginning, you showed this like felt marker, but it was also a bit short. So I kept on asking myself, like, okay, I get the machines, but the marker is like.
Yeah, I noticed in between, like, do you understand what you see? Okay, before I started doing...
I didn't fully understand.
No.
Like,
before I started working on these line drawings, I was really into printing with the zeefdruk, silk screen printing. And then you have this rakel, and you have this like movement, you know, it's like there is a...
like dragging the ink.
Yeah, but then there is always this stencil. There is no freedom. I mean, I want to go like this.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking, I had a marker in my hand, and there was a piece of felt with a container of ink, and it could make a line like this was like perfectly consistent, and I merged them in a way.
Yeah.
So it's really a piece of synthetic felt that 1 meter of felt can hold up 1 liter of ink or paint, and then I can do over 10 square meters, I guess, with this pen marker without seeing any kind of I try to at the beginning I try to overdo it a bit so you get this more weight to the line, but then it's consistent. Yeah, and I try to play with this for over 5 years, so I really like to dive in and go deeper, and then it becomes bigger, and then, well, okay. Yeah.
It's amazing. I feel a bit like we've seen like iterations of the same thing. Basically, you're doing the same principle, but in different iteration every time, and then all the different variations become very interesting to watch.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm now working on a book with Team Thursday as well. And they, well, you know, you make a book, you dump everything you have at the graphic designers, and then they were like, whoa, but there is so much. So it turned out I made over 800 works, drawings, paintings. And then, well, we are now trying to fit them in a book of 900 pages. I don't know if it works. But what I wanted to say is none of them is the most important, because I have this bunch. It's also, yeah, I really saw similarities with you, like doing a lot of tests. So my drawing takes 5 to 15 minutes when it's small. It's like, it's a chance of failure, but it's okay. And then, I think, don't know.
Questions? Bart. Oh, sorry. We have a question first here with the mic, then we come to you.
Something in the moment, or is it something that will exist for longer, or I don't know?
Yeah, it depends. When it's a commissioned piece, sometimes, I don't know, it can be up for years. I have some outside situations that are out there already for 5 or I don't know, and I don't know how long they will exist. But if you work in a gallery or in a museum, on the wall, within a show, they repaint it. Yeah, but I think I have a more interested in working on site, so working on a wall. But then again, imagine you ask me to make a wall painting here. There was always someone watching, and in the studio, it's not. And then it's a combination, let's put it like this. But I like when a wall gets painted over, then someone else can do, or I can do another one. I mean,
you casually mentioned a few times like graffiti as a reference. Like I assumed you have a background in graffiti.
Yes, when I was in academy, I was really active on the streets, but I was also very annoyed that this graffiti was also like super conservative. You do a letter, you join a crew, and then you do this outline, and you do a highlight. And then if I tried something else, I sometimes used a beamer. I had a portable beamer with a battery, and then we sprayed the train or whatever. And I made one logo of Helvetica, and then I put it like super straight letters. But if you are into people who paint letters, you can see if they paint it by hand or use a stencil. And I really like the fact that it's such in an illegal kind of weird place, but that it's like super straight and it's almost impossible. So there is a stencil, but it's so big. Yeah, different thing.
So already with.
But then again, I was working in the tools, or okay, maybe we can come up with something more interesting than just painting a graffiti piece. Yeah, I don't know, but it developed into this, I guess, and my interest in graffiti is almost gone.
As it goes.
Yeah, well, some new things are happening, and I'm really interested in that. But
that's to show.
Yeah.
We have one question, one last question here with Bart. Is this yes?
So you're sketching, of course, but then in the end result, you're also fine with mistakes, but they're not mistakes because they're part of like doing you're executing it. So how many sketches do you make, or like when is it done for you? Is it like the final result? Are you happy then, or like how does that work? Because the trial and error and just looking at small things that can happen. So how what's your vision on that?
Yeah, there is a possibility that if you would do a piece or a wall painting a few times, maybe each time it will be different, right? Because there is something, a different move, but it's not about the perfect kind of image, but it's also the way till this big image, and then there comes a new step. So sometimes people ask me, oh, I really like this work with circles and this line. Can you make this for me? And then it's a piece like I did 5 years ago, but I'm working now with this agricultural sprayer, so it feels for me that I cannot go back. I maybe can go back, but I have a problem now with working on small, or I think I'm working on this at the moment, so I don't know. And then there is a period of time, and then I cannot say what I will do in 2 or 5 years, but it will be in the same kind of interest, I guess. Yeah.
And we're all very much looking forward to it.
Me too.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, our final speaker of today is a person that I've known for some years already. She has studied at the Rietveld Academy. She has studied at Sandberg Institute, where also I took my master's a few years before me. She runs a studio together with other people, which I admire, one of the, I think, most creative studios we have in the Netherlands. She's interested in rules, setting rules, breaking rules. And she's been very vocal today. And now you have your stage place, Luna Maurer.
Thank you. So thank you so much for the invitation, and I hope that you still have a little bit of power and energy left to hear another talk. It was super nice to hear, and also I think it's interesting to see the work that I show in the context of all the things we've heard today. Luna Maurer, that's my name, and together with Roel Wouters, I have a studio in in Amsterdam called Moniker, and we have one fixed employee right now, which is Thomas, and he's a creative developer, and we also have an intern, but we used to be also 7 people before, so we are like bigger and smaller, and we're changing constantly the combination of people, depending also on the projects. So today I would like to show you, to make a little bit of an art, depending on this topic that we have today, the tools about the last 24 years. So I thought it's maybe nice for you to see how our approach towards tool has changed during the past years. When I talk about tools, I mean mostly digital technology, because that's what we use all the day, and that's what we like to reflect upon. So I start in 1999, and that was when I finished my study at the Rietveld graphic design. And my end exam work, I'll also show you here. So we have seen here some final exam works, and it is I made a proposal for an alternative desktop metaphor. So that is a bit of crazy thing, of course, to think. We were thinking in pixels and squares, and I was thinking, hey, couldn't it be liquid and elastic, and why? I think there's a little bit of sound underneath. Yeah. Can't we rethink this digital world based upon, I thought back then, more physical principles? And yeah, it's funny, I just recently documented it, and it was really difficult to get this iMac that you see here from 20 years ago. But really happy to be able to, it still worked, and yeah, to show it. So at the Rietveld, they said, well, what are you doing? Your talents are wasted. And but at the Sandberg, they said, hey, this is super interesting. Come to our place. And so also this is the place where I got to know Hendrik-Jan later on. I met Roel Wouters, and still my business partner today. And we were doing a lot of projects, also more performances, where we applied the physical principles upon the digital world, you could say. So that was a long time ago, and it's crazy that it was happening, really, because we were thinking, can't we step into the desktop and become living little icons? So that was in the Paradiso in Amsterdam during a design conference. And all the presenters, they said they were okay with it. So we rented out another floor in the Paradiso and made a blue screen out of it, and then filmed us and superimposed ourselves on top of the presentation. So that is really crazy. But we got a lot of attention, and that was super fun to do. I'll make a big jump. So we were doing all kinds of experimental works, making websites, video clips, films, yeah. So we could not really, we didn't really feel we were graphic designers. So together with Jonathan Paki and Edo Paulos, who was a sound artist back then, we came together to discuss what we were doing and what is this all about? And then we wrote a manifesto. We thought we have to write down the way we work. And back then we were very much interested in what was going on in the world, technology, everything got so complex, everything, technology became more complex, it felt. It is liquid, it is fluid, it is, we thought the processes is that what is more interesting and not the product itself. So where we came from the graphic design, a more static world. And so we wrote this manifesto called Conditional Design. And yeah, so basically we were thinking algorithmic processes are super interesting. Generative art, design came up. And so we said we are actually conditional designers. We need to design conditions and frameworks and environments in which a process can take place. So you can also see that as very much in line in designing tools. We did that also a lot, designing our own tools. So, and then observe what happens within. One moment, I take a sip of water. That's better. So, and what was important for us was the human input. So when you design the environments, the rules, the instructions, the conditions, that this is not fed with it just random data, let's put it that way, but that is fed with the human, and in order also to enlarge the characteristic of the human versus the machine, you could say. So we did lots of workshops. Yeah, well, we meet in writing this manifesto happened in my kitchen during 1 year, and we meet every Tuesday evening. And after that, we thought, let's keep on meeting and practice what we preach. And we were making these drawings. We did also other experiments, but using pen and paper was the most worked really well because it is very direct. You see directly the effect of what you do rather than coding for something. So we make these rule-based drawings, you could say, where everybody every week came up with another rule set in order to that we executed. And very important is in these rule sets, or in this algorithm that we wrote, you could say, that you have a little bit space of the human expression, so that you can decide how long the line is, or that there is a certain discussion happening. So basically, this would be different than executed by a machine, and so setting limitations and having a little bit of freedom, the freedom becomes rather important, and then you can also really enjoy that freedom, and also, you get creative, let's put it this way. So these, we made lots of those rule-based drawings, and this, in the end, you have also a nice result. You have this poster, although we said this is not what it is all about, but you could see ideally also the process in this. And you see the mistakes that we made during the play, and the discussions that we had and the struggles. So I think that's also nice to Thomas, what he just has shown, that this is what we really wanted to enlarge, these failures and the fact that we as humans did that. This is a video. Are there sound?
Iemand is sigaretje vergeten. Groene sigaretje vergeten. Waar? Hier. Ik dus. Toch of niet? Slecht nieuws.
So this is a just tiny video I found while putting together the presentation, where Jonathan mentions that he forgot this tiny little green line, or somebody forgot this tiny little green line, and I just find it very funny because we took it super serious. So we didn't not skip an evening in these Tuesday evenings, and we really went on and on. So this really also helped that it worked out and that it got interesting for us. We had this website also, and then we made a book after 3 years or something. It was quite popular, translated in different languages, and a collection of 10 of those workshops, and also some text assembled in this book. And you can buy it on digitally, because the physical version is unfortunately sold all out since many years. But if you're interested in the rules and in the workshops, then you can find that also digitally. And the book was designed by Julia Born, which is a fantastic book designer, and it's printed in with the adding colors. So that was a super nice book. Here you see an example, a rule set that is all about human failure. Try to draw a perfect circle. Or try to make knots, that is about strategy and needing others in order to get further, or being blindfolded, not to find a strategy how to fill the whole paper without seeing anything, or there were also very strict, more algorithmic rule sets, and this one was about drawing one line for 1.5 hours without crossing any other line, and talk about love. Very different experiments. So we did this conditional design works, and this thinking of designing environments we did in our practice as well. And we started Moniker in 2011 together with Roel and Jonathan. And in 2013, we made the work that I would like to show now, which was quite a, you could say, a signature work of Moniker. At the time, it's super dated right now also. And what happened is that we were really enthusiastic about the web, the open web, and the possibilities that gave us. So basically, the fact that we could collaborate with people all over the world, regardless of your location, and the fact that we can reach a crowd, the fact that you can collaborate with people you don't even know about, and all kinds of people over the whole planet. So these two things made us do lots of participatory online web projects. This one is a video clip. The idea that you go to a website and you're pretty lonely there, right? You only see yourself, what you're doing. We made a little experiment, a website we sent to friends, and we recorded their mouse pointer and then superimposed the mouse pointer over the previous recording from the previous person. And this little experiment said, hey, this is kind of funny to see how they react to each other. So we made a video clip with this experiment, and it's called Do Not Touch. So this clip got super popular. It went all over the globe, and we state here that so you cannot not participate. If you go to the website donotouch.org, you're automatically participating in the work, and we state that we record your mouse pointer, which is different back then to now, where we know that everything is recorded, what we do online almost. And I just play you the clip so you can put on the music. Oh, is that...
We should have checked this before.
But we made the clip. We're the owner of the video.
Did you make the music?
Well, together. No, the music is not ours. Okay. Yeah, okay, well, I talk you over it. It's no problem. No, that is really funny. So, what's super nice was to see how people react towards each other. And when you do participatory online works with the crowd, obviously you don't know what to expect. That we have heard that several times today before. The exciting thing is, you make a tool, you make an environment, and then what do people do with it? How do they react to each other? And it was nice to see how, people follow. Some people follow the rules, others don't. That it becomes like a flock feeling, and you could even say emergent behavior, where the mouse cursors together become some swarm. We have all kinds of, so there's this video layer giving all kinds of instructions and what you should do and should not do. So I continue with the next. So what happened? People trying to not hack the system, but trying to find, hey, does it really work? Is that me? So we were wondering, why are they sitting in the corner of the thing and moving around? So this is, of course, testing the system. And that happened a lot in the works that we did, that with people trying to hack it or trying to find things out about it. And these are also these beautiful moments. Or, the people sitting on the oar was 2013. We didn't really think about these things, obviously. Or not obviously, but we didn't. It's nice. And also that the crowd gives the smiley a nose. So we played with participatory works online and with the tools that people could use online in order to join, using your phone camera and all kinds of things. But we also did a physical work where we played with a crowd, and that we relate to that a lot of times. It's an interesting work for us, and that has to do also with the crowd dynamics and the individuality. So we were asked by it's a concert series in Austria, and they made experimental music concert series to make a participatory work with the audience that would come to the concert. So we said, okay, interesting, let's do this. So our it went like that. Yeah, we were also combined with a experimental music band. So in the hall where usually the audience would sit, that was the playing field, and everybody got a colored hoodie and a headset on with a soundtrack with instructions according to the color that they received. And and after, it was like a half-an-hour performance. They could sit down and watch themselves back from a camera filmed from top in double speed together with live music. And instructions were more like this. So you don't, we didn't try to describe so much the shape or the result, but how they should behave. So red had to follow yellow and try to avoid blue, whereas yellow had to follow blue and avoid red, and that turns into a chase. Or another experiment is like form one big group and bounce over the ground, and then there is no leader, so how does the group behave? Or stand on the grid, walk on the grid. We try to mimic a sorting algorithm, so they had to, depending on the color, they had to change or cross at the intersections. And we also had a little bit be difficult how to describe that you not dislike or being repulsed by another color, or because all of a sudden you feel like a person. Are you now a color or a person? So you could also really see it a bit more politically tinted. I just play you a fragment from the work, so you see how it happened. Oh, sorry.
Willkommen. Du bist gelb. Du kannst jetzt das Spielfeld betreten.
Yeah, so that is, in that work, we were super nervous about whether people would join and just do what they're supposed to do, or would they say, sorry, I'm not just following those instructions. And it was super interesting how much people enjoyed just being said what to do. Just forget about your own identity being covered and just being part of the group. And So that's very interesting. Whereas you could also say, yeah, where is my individuality? Who are you to tell me what to do? So yeah, how we build something like that is like you could say that the structure we made like chapters, and these rules that we give to them, they describe basically the story. So we started, we thought about it as from this divine perspective, as looking a little model of society where with its dynamics and with the routines and forming groups and splitting up again. So this is a little bit how we develop these rule sets. Yeah, so wait a minute, yeah, exactly. So we are, yeah, exactly. I put this work, I would like to show this because the topic of today, tools, and we developed a participatory campaign tool online, and we used that also twice. Mozilla, you know, maybe from Firefox. There's also Mozilla Foundation, and that is a really interesting institution. They're really fighting for the open web, and they fight for all kinds of ethical things that are at stake online right now. And they asked us to come up with a campaign idea for copyright. Because, this is so funny because it happened twice today that it wasn't allowed to play the sound because of the upload filters or with the copyright laws. And it was exactly what Mozilla was fighting for, because this new copyright law in the European Union was about to be in place. And they said, and we agreed with that you hinder a lot of play and the open web, that the whole meme culture, all the copy-paste things, you kill a lot of creativity there because hosting providers are forced to install upload filters for copyright protection. Anyway, so talk about the tool and the campaign. So we thought, we know all this airborne leaflet propaganda from the past. Can we not make a digital equivalent in order to inform people? So we thought, hey, could we not drop leaflets from over Google Maps, basically, right? And they liked the idea, so we built this. So we made this pamphlet, fixed copyright, and we made this website, paperstorm.it. If you go to the website, you start to fly towards the European Parliament, and you get an endless stack of papers, and if you click, it drops down on the ground. And it tumbles down in a certain radius, depending on how far you are zoomed in on the map. There's also a counter to telling you how much you dropped and how much you're supposed to drop. And it is supposed to be very lekker and aantrekkelijk to drop a lot of papers here. And with Twitter or other sharing tools, spread the message. A side note, the idea is, we build it this way that if the sheet drops on the ground, it is A4 size. So you need to drop a lot in order to cover this to cover the ground. And after 10 millions of leaflets dropped, you would fly to another landmark. But, and depending, as I said, it always drops in a certain random circle. So what the campaign, so you fly from one European landmark to another after enough leaflets are dropped, and you spread, and the campaign was successful in the sense of lots of leaflets have been dropped, although the law has been installed anyway, the new copyright law. And then they asked us to do another, whether we could use this as a tool for another campaign, for another topic for them. I said, yeah, sure, but we had another idea. And that is maybe interesting because we thought also there is something too generic about this circle. You have not so much influence. How about if we, exactly where you click, the leaflet tumbles down. So it doesn't tumble down in a circle. And that means if you click at a certain place and a little bit next to it and a little bit next to it, you can make a line. And if you can make a line, you can in fact draw with it. And we didn't really point that out to anybody or to as in the interface, but people figured that out themselves really quickly. And this is what happened. After 22 million, I think, 2 weeks it was online. Basically, it became like a toilet wall. You know, people were just expressing themselves, and this is also what is interesting, I think, about this campaign tool. That waiting until your leaflet is tumbled down and then putting next to it another leaflet, that's so much effort and so much work. That is so unhandy, that is also triggering you, that makes it exciting compared to if you just, you know, if you had a brush and you just can, whatever, spray on there. But as you see, and what happened is that people not only draw leaflets or make nice drawings, but they draw penises, they draw swastikas, they had expressed them with all kinds of things. And Mozilla, after 2 days, said oh, well, we love this idea, but this is too much. Can you do censorship or moderate this? And we said, yeah, obviously not. And so what we did for them was we after negotiation, we gave them a little, we developed for them a little brush so they could, but also some stagiaire or I don't know, intern or themselves, they were just, with each click they could drop like 10 leaflets or something like that. So basically they had to go over the world and go for the most evil things. But what happened as well is that other people were from the swastikas, they were make windows. And so there was also self-censoring going on, you know, with the community. Super nice drawings where happened there, and also the mess, and also this. This is what makes it interesting now. But as we were working in this field and making these participatory tools, we know that people don't. No, they don't draw airplanes or flowers, right? So they draw all their penises, and then there is the censorship going on everywhere around us online. And the problem is that the 5 big tech companies basically determine our moral guidelines. And their motivation is financial interest. So basically, this whole topic of censorship, which is online going on, is very much driven by financial interest as well. And it's, I think, a problem, or we think at Moniker, that there's a problem. And so we made a work, but I don't show it. I show other things. That's called Do Not Draw a Penis, an AI that recognizes your penis drawings and tries to educate you. Yeah, what our moral world, what you should do or not do. Yeah, we another participatory online project in 2018 we were still very much sort of visible with these participatory web projects, and Plus contacted us to make a work for the facade of their new museum. And Plus is the new sort of MoMA in Asia. It is in Hong Kong, and it's built by Herzog and de Meuron in the last 15 years. And here you see, still under construction, the whole building itself is one digital facade of LED lamps. And they asked us to come to make a work for the opening for the museum. And that was a big honor, but at the same time, when they contacted us, it was still peaceful, but also in Hong Kong, then slowly the protests started, and you make a participatory work, but yeah, to do something that doesn't need any moderation, because we don't like that, is very difficult. So I show you here something which we proposed for them that didn't make it. But that proposal was that all these LED lamps on the facade can be controlled by people. Yeah, they can switch it on and off. So basically, they can write or do whatever on it. But there would be a cleaner, like a digital cleaner, censoring, basically cleaning away everything that people try to say or draw. And that was super nice. I love this idea still, so I have it here. But that didn't make it. It was quite a struggle to get to where we are now. Because this was also commenting on this big divide between poor and rich people, and cleaning personnel and people from Hong Kong. So we picked the topic of, in the end, of our screen addiction that we have. After the pandemic, even more, everything becomes much more and more screen-based. And so the project that we have now on the facade is about the premise that the longer you touch your phone, the luckier you get. And today, actually, so the work was launched in last year, and today at 3 o'clock, an hour ago, it is relaunched again for 6 weeks. So right now, when you go to the website, touchforluck.com, you will be on the facade. So it goes like that. As you go to the website, touchforluck.com, and then as soon as you touch your phone, you will be projected live on the facade.
There is a new pond.
So you turn into a little fish, and you can swim there. And if as soon you meet other fish that are other players, other people that are live on the facade. But as I said, the longer you touch, there is a whole narrative going through the let's call it game, where you receive little we call it lucky charms to decorate your fish. Yeah, so the idea is that you have to touch your phone during 3 hours and not let go, but you can let go quickly, and then you get untouched time. And at the beginning, you get untouched time of 5 seconds, and you touch back. Otherwise, you lose your charms. And the longer you touch, the longer also your untouched time gets. At one point, very in the end in the game, you can even not touch it for a day and then come back. So there is a couple of I am a little bit softer. Obviously, a charm at one point you get is the friendship counter, where if you swim over another fish, you can count your friends. And a bit later, you get a friendship burst, which every new friend, you get 10 new friends, or so like enormous amount of friends. or instant attraction is a charm that you get when you swim over another fish. You can generate little hearts. So basically, you can do online fish dating. Or, at one point you get a selfie. So there's a selfie camera always swimming next to your fish. If you tap it, you get teleported into another world that you can share your current, what you have gained. And so anyway, in the end, at one point you get you can reincarnate, and then you can continue, and you get another level. So basically, that you can play right now. This is just a slide. I thought tools. It's nice to see how we do the testing. We worked quite long. Technically, it's quite complex. We worked really long on it and built these little machines in order to have these long touching fingers on the screen. Obviously, this is also a way to hack it, to get towards the end. So the last part of the presentation, is as our work became more and more critical, also because this online technical digital environment that we're in becomes more and more grim, and actually these open web projects don't work at all. Because nobody goes there, right? Everybody is on their social platforms, and not on some kind of website with some kind of URL. And Roel and me, we like to discuss. We stimulate, let's say, each other with certain ideas, and we also wanted to rethink where we want to go with our practice when being so critical about this digital world. Do we want to keep on making those web works, or what kind of works then? So we challenge ourselves with these ideas, and we rented actually in the same building another space for half a day in a week. So we were out of our daily routine in order to discuss what we would do. And we recorded these discussions because otherwise we would get into arguments. And when there's a recording, we listen better to each other. And so here
on the forefront of what is going on, and even though you disagree, then be busy with it.
Everybody wants to be engaged. And if they then engage in our project, they feel good about it. But the most joy is more in the fact that are we able to make it successful, to make it work? Yeah, make it work.
Mm-hmm.
And there I had the idea that we should use technology exactly in the other way around, that we should use technology to design more friction.
So, that we lots of conversations recorded, and we thought, we have these interesting ideas about the world and how things are, and then we also thought, let's make also some little experiments. And I had, for example, Roel, I painted his face yellow and had him mimic emojis, making all kinds of things that we came up with, like experimenting as we used to do as well. And then we thought we need to do. Can we come up with a new format, a new tool? You could also use it. That is more conversations between the two of us. We were even thinking, let's make a podcast series, and we called it Office for Screenless Technology. So basically, we would discuss about technology. We discuss about what's going on, but at the same time, don't use screens. And we had so we were invited by it's an art space in the Swiss mountains, Somalgors 74, and the artist that set up the space, he wanted us to come to make a work for the facade, an augmented reality work. So you put your phone on the QR code and then you see something on the facade. So different artists are doing things there. So we thought, hey, this is maybe a super nice place for our conversations, so we can combine it. So we went there, and we have conversations in the Swiss mountains. So what happened?
Okay, welcome to this new episode of 2 emojis in a car getting coffee.
We thought we thought let's have these conversations not as Luna and Roel, but as two emojis talking to each other. And so, yeah, we've painted our face yellow. We were super convinced and excited about so many thoughts in our head, and let's discuss. And yeah, we had built, Thomas from our studio built a helmet, super nice. This we put that on, and where we can insert the mobile phone into the helmet that would film our face from up front. And then we would sit in the mountains in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, because of the sunlight. And if you want to have nice film, you know, you have lots of sunlight restrictions. I was super nervous, super tired in the morning, and it didn't go as well as we expected. So that was the first day. And in the end, also this whole conversations that we had there, we had like 4 days, they're all about the self, about identity culture, about the ego, and about also about the relationship between Roel and me, where, you know, you try to sound smart and yeah, all these struggles and to be heard, and you know. So the second day we talked about tech optimism. Are you still tech optimist or not? And then we would sit in this other weird, you know, backdrop of this age-old mountains. And then on the third day we were talking about Web3. At one point we said, hey, beforehand we should define a topic what to discuss. And that was really the worst day, where we got into argument, and the thunderstorm came up, it started to rain, and we were really not happy. I show you a very brief fragment. So it's like we have like 4 hours of conversations, and right now we are busy with trying, so this is not going to be a podcast series for sure, but maybe we can make some kind of film out of it when we're adding some other elements. So it's middle in the process of developing something. I show you a very small fragment.
Yeah.
Do you have another?
Of course, it's a representation of the emoji, but yeah, that's sort of obvious, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
So all our emotions.
So actually,
visual.
we can make lots of faces without looking ridiculous, right? You know what I was thinking, that because I have a yellow face, it's much easier to have a conversation or to say things. Even though they are really stupid or maybe not so interesting, because it makes up exactly. It makes up for the lack of substance. It's anyway an sort of an observation on what kind of levels are things happening here, right? On one hand, you could say we are very much busy with expressing ourselves. Mm-hmm. And we are forced to express ourselves, and we are maybe stressed about how do we appear. So we are on a peak of, you know, it's all about your personal expression.
Maybe
online, especially. Mm-hmm.
Maybe also generally about yourself.
Yeah, exactly. The You Museum, you know, we have in Amsterdam a You Museum. It's like all about you and the selfie and stuff. On the other hand, you could say, we are on the peak of an identity crisis, because we all use the same tools. You know, we are sort of following the mass, we're following the big tech that provide for us the tools. You know, we're like a big herd of sheeps, you know. Yeah, so that's obviously fitting to what today was discussing very much about developing your own tools. I was referring to the masses that don't design their own tools; they just use the tools that they get. So you hear how fragile everything is, and also on the 4th day we were reflecting upon what was happening, and Roel said at one point, hey, this feels like we're in art school. And I was like, yeah, what do you say? Now, this is really also, it is a little bit also like really a new experiment, trying to find out what do you want to make. And this is also in this state as it is, it's not defined yet. And so I thought it's also nice to show here. You're kind of fragile. You are fragile inside the video, but also you don't know exactly what it's going to be. So there's this is what we just extracted a couple of most emotional emojis from our series, and we use that also as tiny on the facade. Yes. So thank you very much. This is the end of the talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luna. That was, yeah, everything's fragile. That ends in a very kind of open note that still rings on.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't the first today that was a bit, yeah, also like vulnerable about things, about the process. I really enjoyed that. Do I even have a question? I'm not sure if I have a question for you. Do people in the audience have a question for Luna? A lot of things have been said. Yes. Marco. Oh yeah, we're different. And me, I'm going to ask, are you still a techno-optimist?
Yeah. What?
Are you still a techno-optimist?
No.
Okay, that's clear.
Yeah. No, I'm looking for, that was a question, so no, plus I do look for, desperately for new corners in this digital environment that are interesting, where I think there are great things happening.
Yeah.
You know, it's not in this realm of social networks. I do think I like the, let's say, creativity of AI. You know, that's super fun to play with. So let's see what happens with that.
And you've explored many corners. I mean, it's not like you just arrived to the table.
No,
you've done a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. That was actually my question. But
what?
The optimist thing. That was actually my question. But I can come up with another one on the top of my head. Regarding the career at Studio Monica, when would you say was the time you realized that there's more jobs coming in? When was there kind of a breakthrough through one of the projects where you were having more projects every time? Does that make sense in a way? Did you?
Yeah,
I mean, you had some like really successful project like the Click one, the Pointer one.
So you want to know when we got most projects in?
Yeah. When would you feel the most successful? During your career,
it's hard to say. I mean, it's never good to be super successful, because then you don't want to climb down, right? You don't want to have a peak. So I don't want to answer that, because that would say then, oh, this has been peak and now I'm declining. No, so I would like to see it as a constant exploration, or as a path to figure out what is interesting to you, in which way do you relate to what's going on in the world, and do you want to relate to that at all? I do. So I mean, I use the tools in the phone and everything, and I have a kid, and you know, I think, how do I want them to use those tools? What kind of tools that they should have? So and then I like to explore it and form an opinion, and also, you know, being part, I think, of this discourse is really important for me. And I think I do, for example, it's something else. It's not in my professional career, but in the school, I together with others, I set up a group concerned about the digital learning. Yeah, so yeah, I think that is basically the path. Yeah, so there's. But obviously there are some projects that are really playful in the past. It's been viral, going on over the whole world. But yeah, that is nice, but it's different. The times are totally different now. People also, in a way, not satisfied, it's saturated with lots of things because of being doing participatory works online is so normal now. You know, it's so much used, and to develop something original or different, we feel like we've covered the spectrum pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, question in the back.
Good exercise.
Can I hold that?
Of course.
I'm curious because you're thinking a lot about the space and what it does for the effect it has. And then you work with clients who also have certain needs, maybe also financial importance. How do you find that balance, or how do you pick your clients? Or do you make just your own work, or?
Yeah. So we do certain. I mean, what is nice if you have certain ideas and you get requests, and then you apply those ideas to those requests. Sort of, for example, I showed the video clip. So we had these ideas, the experiments with recording the mouse pointer, and then we were asked to make a video clip, and then you merge it, right? So that's, but or with the, sorry, I lost now the train of thought. And then also we have we do own initiated works, and we look for money for that. So when we have good relationships with certain clients, they say, okay, we would like to promote that or pay for that or something like that. So that also happened. For Mozilla is a very good company for us. They also paid for, they have also grants, they also paid for other works that we made. And also Google, we work, Google Arts and Culture that contacted us to come up with ideas, creative ideas for their platform, so they also support us. Yeah, that is super nice. But I also like to work with, a client that has a certain problem and come up with a plan. But then it is within this logic or within this interest, that we're busy with, right? So it's not like you do something completely different, but it comes from the same person, obviously.
Yeah. Question here. It's coming. Yes.
Thank you. My question is about the behavioral aspect in your projects, because in a lot of them you use this kind of human factor. So I wonder if you worked with the psychologist in order to kind of reach to an end point, because maybe you want specific results from people from all of these experiments. So I wonder if it's like the rules that you create, if they're random, or if you kind of want to reach a specific, behavior from people in the end.
Yeah, so no, our work is very unscientific. So it is not, we didn't talk to any scientists or behavioral expert. So basically, we try to make this playing field that we design also very precise and small in order to understand ourselves what could come out, what kind of, how could people use the tool or break it or misbehave within it. And the smaller we make this playing field, so basically you could say you have on one hand like lots of limitation, on the other hand little limitations, a lot of expression. This is these two of the spectrum, these two edges. And so we made works on all kinds of, on this line. And so basically it is our personal investigation, you could say, just to come up with this framework. And as I said, you can study human behavior. More precisely, the stricter you set the boundaries. Right, then you can see, hey, how do people react to that and how do they break out of it? If it's too loose, your environment, your framework, then it's also more messy. You can study it less good.
You kind of predict, in a way, a bit
Yes. Yeah, there are, we think of possibilities. What could you do with it? Yeah, totally. And then we like, oh, what is now really happening? Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're rounding up this conversation, but I want you to stay on stage. And I'm asking the other speakers to join Luna and me on stage for our last roundup. We plan to do like a round table discussion, but we just decided to make that a little bit, well, first there's no table. That helps. But we said, like, let's do it a little bit more concise. Yes. Maybe we can stand a little bit more in the middle so the dear people from the technique are also happy and we are visible in the live stream. Yeah, that's a nice roundup to see all again, and I think this is maybe a moment to, before we're going to say thank you and all of that, maybe there's like a few maybe final thoughts or maybe like final question from the audience, or maybe you want to share, or you have a question or a final remark to make. Can I start with you? Sorry for putting you on the spot.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of what the overarching thing. I think. Oh, hello. Sorry, thank you. I think it's not on. Hello. Oh yeah. Hello. Is that on? Yeah. Sorry. I don't know. I think I'm always in a quandary with technology, and I sometimes think, would we be better off if the internet had never happened?
Right. No. Just putting that out there.
Don't worry, kids.
But then
we'll sort this out. We'll cut this.
But then I also love it as well. I love the fact, it's the internet, the World Wide Web, phones. They've changed absolutely all of our lives. In every way. People think it's mad that I go and get a takeout in my car. They think I'm like, what? You've never used Deliveroo? No, I haven't. So but then I get encouraged by. My niece, I was having dinner with my niece, and she showed me, she got talking, she's 14, and she got talking about Roe versus Wade, and she showed me all this stuff on her phone, and she'd done this research, and I was like, how did you, I was so impressed. And she said, well, it was on TikTok, and then I Googled it, and then I did this comparison of these Google images with how people were voting in and it was like, blew my mind. And I was like, wow, she's 14, and she's using these tools. She's almost like hacking these different. She's not just going, I've just seen it on TikTok and I just took that as face value. So I was really encouraged. So I do have optimism from that point of view, but I'm also always, sometimes I think, what would if we never had it? Anyway.
Good to have some level of optimism in the room. Thank you so much. Anyone else? We don't have to go all in the order. We can just go popcorn style. Marco, I see you're breathing or something.
Let's try it. Everyone's like eager. Everyone is like eager to pass the microphone on, and I just wanted to say,
it can be very short. You don't have to.
Yeah, no, I don't have any final thoughts about that. It's just I'm really thankful to be here today. Be able to be on the stage with such talented speakers. Every talk was amazing. That was really good. So thank you for organizing that. For making that happen.
It was all amazing. Yeah, thank you.
If anyone wants.
Sabina, I feel like you're no. Always happy to point to someone and go ahead.
So thank you for the mic, and yeah.
Do some breakdancing here.
I'm really happy to see a lot of familiar faces, and I think we have all been enriched with a lot of information. And I kind of kept wondering about my grandparents, for example, because for them, some of these modern accessible tools are just so unreachable. Like my grandfather is not even able to use a phone because for him, it's just so complicated to understand how it works. So I wonder if for us, that's gonna be the same in the future. Maybe we're gonna be like totally obsolete. Like we're not gonna have the brain capacity to understand the other tools that are coming on the way. So that's kind of interesting. What are gonna be those tools? And what is going to be our position, I guess.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can maybe double.
Go ahead, Luna.
No, but I can maybe say it better because I said I'm a not a tech optimist because so what technology does is trying to smoothen everything, trying to solve all problems and trying to make a frictionless life as possible. You don't need to move your ass to get to the other appointment because you can do it online. And this idea of that we get happy by a frictionless society is flawed. So that's what I meant in this little fragment, you know, we need to design friction, designing tools, designing environments, using technology to use friction in order to have engagement, to get on a deeper level. Right, so this is where I think we have to rethink what technology does, you know, what kind of problems should they solve?
That's such a clear vision and such an interesting paradigm shift also in what many of us have been taught also, like in design schools, like, no, you should like eliminate all the things that cause friction and work towards this frictionless world. Thank you so much, Luna.
You good.
Yeah.
Guys, you don't have to, otherwise.
Maybe I would say something, because I'm the most not digital, I guess, of the day. And when I was in study and I had to do Photoshop lessons and I was a bit like, oof, this is really not my field of interest, or doing 3D animation, you know. Teacher said, yeah, what are you doing here? What is your future? There is no future if you don't want to do this. But then I'm happy to be on the stage and also have a podium while I'm not using so much digital. Maybe only the social media things, but not in my tool as a tool. But so there is a future without technology, maybe a bit less.
How does that future look like? We're going to find out. I'm going to step in the middle because I want to thank you all very much, but I also want to be visible on screen and also wave to my mom. Guys, this was an amazing day. Thank you so much for your contribution. I really enjoyed. It was a very long day, but for me it doesn't feel long. It's like every talk was like very enlightening and inspiring. I really want to thank you, and we're going to thank you with a small present that's already standing there. It looks a bit like a lot. Yeah, you can come in, step in.
Wow, beautiful. Hopefully, fits in. Like your guys switched here.
Yeah, that's.
Thank you.
And also, finally, I would like to thank the audience here in the room. Dear students, we love you. You were the best audience. The people in home, we can't see you, but we hope to our paths cross at some point. Our friend network. Keep in touch, and well, we see each other in real life or on the internet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And of course, and I'm almost forgetting the dear people of the technique of Rozet in the back. They're working their ass off to make this live stream possible. Thank you so much. And we have drinks above, so let's continue the conversation.